No problem coming in at all.
Oh, where we go. We're being live streamed. Bloop, bloop. Okay, Miss Anna. There we go. Thank you.
So everything's set up.
All right, very well. I appreciate it. Mr. Pagacco.
Madam Hearing Examiner,
Are you teleworking?
I am in the office.
I chose to make sure that I was going to be able to conduct the hearing and did not drive.
I got up really early and just took my time getting in here, and it was
How
okay.
was it?
It was okay. You just have to be careful. Lots of people are still doing the speed limit or faster on the ice, and that's just a recipe for disaster, in my opinion.
But you don't have any issue waiving your 2-hour delay, even though you're in the office?
It's just part of the job. I wanted to get in here so I could use this good connection, because things at home. Xfinity's been working on some stuff, and I just wanted to get into the office and hopefully have a more reliable connection for this public hearing today.
Very well. I appreciate that. Major Buchanan?
Good morning, Hearing Examiner.
Good morning. I've got somebody that says USAF in my waiting room. Do you know who that is?
I do not know who that is.
Okay. If you're contacted by, you and Ms. Drake share a witness, but you don't have a co-counsel, right?
No other attorneys from my office should be joining today. I'll
Okay.
touch base with our paralegal to make sure if it's him
Okay.
that he does not try to log on.
All right, and he can, obviously, as everyone knows, we are streaming live, and he can watch on the live feed via the website.
Yes, I will let him know. Thank you.
Thank you. Other than Ms. Lynch, I think we're all here. Mr. Marks, it's a real hand. It's not that little tiny fake hand that goes up there. Huh?
Ms. Hurst, I got a text from Ms. Lynch. She's having some technical problems.
Okay,
And
very well. Does anybody have anything procedural that we need to deal with? Hopefully everybody got that link from hearing examiner Alan and got their revised exhibits or access to whatever exhibits they were interested in. Okay,
Can I just add, I guess, somewhat of a procedural matter?
Absolutely.
Thank you, hearing examiner. I was not copied on some of the submissions from the parties, particularly on the pre-hearing memos. Of course, hearing examiner Hurst kindly shared them with me, but I would just appreciate counsel in the future double checking that I've been CC'd on those correspondences. Thank you.
Yes, we get our feelings hurt when we aren't served. Plus, we can't see the
Oh,
pleadings. It
Right.
might have to rule on them.
The information
that.
probably. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
I
Well, I don't know of anything procedural that we need to deal with that we didn't cover yesterday in our pre-hearing conference. And according to my state issued cell phone, it is 9 o'clock. So, Mr. Lee, if we're ready to go on the record, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Welcome, Happy New Year to our first hearing of the new year. This is case number 22-00155. This is in the matter of Southwestern Public Service Company's advice notice number 303. And today is the date, time, and place for the hearing scheduled in this matter. The notice was served upon SPS ratepayers and published per the procedural order. Along with me today is hearing examiner Angelica Anaya Allen and our court reporter, Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee is providing, pursuant to SPS'S agreement, an expedited transcript in this case. Should anyone need anything to do with the transcript, you're going to need to contact Mr. Lee directly. And I would like the record to reflect that upon review of the commission's docketing records, no one has requested, well, no one has filed public comment, and additionally, no one has requested to give public comment in today's hearing. So with that, I'd like to begin to get appearances for our record. And when you can, Ms. Lynch, turn your audio, or pardon me, your video on, if possible. Let's start with you, Mr. Walker.
Your Honor, Mark Walker on behalf of Southwestern Public Service.
Very well. And Mr. Stoffel, Mr. Rushoff,
I'll go ahead.
appearances for the New Mexico Large Carrier Group, please.
Good morning, hearing examiner Hurst, hearing examiner Allen, Nick Stoffel with the law firm of Holland and Hart, appearing on behalf of the New Mexico Large Customer Group. I'll also enter the appearance for my colleague, Austin Rushoff.
Very well, thank you. Major Buchanan.
Good morning, Your Honor. Major Holly Buchanan, appearing on behalf of the federal executive agencies.
Thank you. Ms. Drake.
Good morning. This is Joan Drake with Modrell Sperling, appearing on behalf of Louisiana Energy Services, or LES.
Thank you. Mr. McMillan?
Good morning, Your Honor. Michael McMillan for Occidental Permian Limited.
Thank you. And for Volt Solar, REIA CCAE, Mr. Marks?
Good morning, Your Honor. Jason Marks appearing for Vote Solar and Renewable Energy Industries Association of New Mexico, and Ms. Lynch will appear for CCAE. And good morning to all.
Thank you. Ms. Lynch?
Good morning. Hearing first, Kara Lynch, representing CCAE and collaborating with Jason Marks here.
Thank you. And for staff, Mr. Pagacco?
Good morning, John Bagacco for the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission Utility Division staff.
Very well. I think that concludes our appearances. And just to remind people, we are streaming this proceeding on YouTube. Therefore, it is necessary. It will not be turned off during breaks or luncheon, and it would be necessary for you to mute or turn your video off. It's up to you. Very well. The procedural order in actually the suspension order in the case that we're hearing here today set forth some duties and requirements for the hearing examiners. And one of those duties, because of the way the case was originally structured, was to make a determination with regard to a complaint that had been filed in this case. And at the pre-hearing conference that was held in this case, the looks like Mr. Bagatko has an issue. So let's recess for a moment. Yes, sir. All right. Do you have shall I stay recessed, or do you have? Okay. All right. All right, sir. I'll go ahead and take a brief recess. Thank you. Well, as you all could hear, the power went out in the Bochum building. See, I knew there was a reason that—
I am on the record, Judge.
Yes, that's fine, sir. Yeah, so I knew that there was a reason that, other than wanting to avoid being in a crash, that I stayed at home today. So we're gonna have a brief recess. As you saw, Mr. Bagatko was calling me to let me know the power has gone out, and he said that there was an attempt for to be reconnected. I suggest we take a 10-minute recess. I've got 10 after. So let's try back at 9:25. And we'll see. I kind of a new thing. Because obviously hearing examiner Anaya Allen is also in that building and unavailable to be with us. So it's not just Mr. Bagatko.
Yeah.
Mr. Marks, we're off the record.
Yeah, that's perfect. Ms. Hurst, my witness is telling me he cannot access the YouTube. I told him to access it through the commission's webpage, and that button appears not to be active.
Oh, no.
I don't think
Okay.
that is running from the Bochum building, but probably the people who make that work are in the Bochum building. I don't know, but if you could, during the recess, if you could have that looked into.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. We'll recess until 9:25 and I'll see if I can deal with technical problems or light a candle or do something. Think positive thoughts and we'll recess till 9:25. Okay.
Hearing examiner Hurst, or Mr. Marks, I was just gonna tell you, I think the YouTube link is working. It's just the link from the commission's website to YouTube is not set up.
Can you,
just-
Mr. Roshoff, can you email me?
I just did, yeah. Our
Oh.
expert had the same issue, so
Perfect.
try that.
Perfect. Thank you. I think this is okay.
Hi, John. Did the power come back on?
No, it did not. I am working off the laptop battery and using
Oh.
the Wi-Fi hotspot on my cell phone.
Okay. Good luck with that.
They're working on it.
Yeah. How much snow did you guys get up there?
I don't think we got enough to cause a problem like this. The sun's out and, you know,
Wow.
it's a little slick, but it's nothing
Yeah.
like what they got in Pecos.
Does it look like it's the whole area around you? Or is it just our building?
I can't tell. Traffic lights are still working, but I don't know if they have backup power here in town or not.
Madam Hearing Examiner, my office is on Galisteo. If it's easier for Judge Anaya Allen and Mr. Brigacco to come here and work from my office, they can do that if they wish.
That's very nice of you, Mr. Lee. Did you hear that, Mr. Brigacco?
Yes. What's your address off of Galisteo, Mr. Lee?
It's 2019 Galisteo Street, Suite A1. I have a television monitor. You would have to bring your own laptop as well as Judge Anaya Allen, and we would have to mute your sound, but it's on screen here for you to be able to watch if you'd like.
I think I might have to take you up on that because I don't know how long my battery is going to last on the phone or the laptop. The laptop's better than the phone. I was trying to charge it when this happened. So I think I'm going to do that because I don't know how long it's going to take them to get this fixed.
And what kind of time frame do you think, Mr. Brigacco, it'll take for you to get there? Should we
Well,
just recess at Hearing Examiner Anaya Allen, did you hear Mr. Lee's offer?
No.
His office is on Galisteo, and he has a television monitor. You still would have to bring your laptop, but he's offered to let you participate in the proceeding from his office. If
Okay, that would be great.
Mr. Brigacco has indicated he doesn't know how much battery life that he has on his laptop. And it seems as if this might be the solution to the issue if it looks like you don't have power coming back on soon. Was anybody given any information about the power?
No.
There's no
They're
one-
trying to get in touch with somebody to figure it out. And right now, as far as I can tell, it doesn't seem like they're making any traction in that.
No
department.
friends at P&M?
I don't know.
I would say
Someone called
electric-
Mr. O'Connell?
the
Mr.
traffic
O'Connell is
signals-
out in the hall right now talking to staff, and I think they're trying to figure out how to get this situated. But I think if it's okay with you, I may just go down the street to Mr. Lee's and just get this hooked back up and get the show back on the road.
Right. I would say the traffic signals outside my office window are not on.
Mhm.
So it seems to me it's alert, not just our building.
Okay. All right, and are Hearing Examiner Anaya Allen, are you interested in, are you going to try to work from there, or are you interested in?
No, I'll go down to, I mean, I'm running off my hotspot. You know, I don't know how long the battery is going to last on everything doing that. I'd be surprised if it would be an hour, truthfully.
Okay.
So I think I should probably also go to Mr. Lee's office.
Judge, the address is 2019 Galisteo Street, Suite A1. It's the second left turn once you get on Galisteo from St. Michael's. And my office is the first left turn past about a half of a quarter mile down the driveway. And there's a sign on the building that says Spring Break Court reporting. If you just turn there, there's plenty of parking, and I'll see you in a few minutes.
Okay,
And what's the address again?
2019.
2019. Gotcha. All right.
Gallup
Thank you.
Street. You got it.
okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Thank you, participants. I think probably, since we're still off the record, I think in order to have, everybody be able to participate, we're going to continue our recess and, until 10. And we'll check back at 10 and see if, Mr. Bagatko and hearing examiner Anaya Allen are situated such that they can participate in the hearing. I did Mr. Marks check on goodbye, Mr. Bagatko. You can go ahead. This just has to do with the YouTube link. And I did speak with Ms. Kippenbrock, who actually had been listening on that link, so she knows the link works, but she emailed, I think, the link to all of the participants. So if Mr. Marks, you should have that, and if you want to send that to your witness as another alternative to have them listen on YouTube, just let them know we're going to be recessed until 10 to try to get everybody on the hearing. Okay. All right. We're recessed until 10. Just don't forget the YouTube's going to stay on.
Hearing examiner Hurst, just to clarify, I think the problem with the link is the YouTube stream was fine, but it was the link from the PRC's website that didn't jump over to YouTube. If that makes sense.
Okay. Can people get on some way?
Yeah.
Yeah,
with the link.
Okay.
we've been watching it here in Amarillo. I don't know if there's something else going on here, but our folks tell me they're watching on YouTube now.
Okay. Just sounds like something to do with connectivity on our end, and thank you all, and I will see you at 10.
I'm in the waiting room.
All right.
I'm not.
I'm muted.
I turned those.
David, why don't you mute?
Yeah. You know what? You need to go to your settings and mute the microphone.
Okay. How's that? No. Let's see what it is.
Judge, can you speak? When Judge, please turn it back on. Judge, if you can mute Mr. Pagano with Judge and I on your as controller of the host.
Okay. All right, it looks like we have everyone now. Mr. Lee, we could go back on the record, please. All right, good morning again. We've had a brief
Judge, just a moment.
recess.
Judge, just a moment. Judge.
We had some electricity problems in the Bochum building, but that's been resolved. I think we have all the parties. And I believe when we had our necessity recess, I was referring to the commission's assignment order and the fact that the commission in this case designated a hearing examiner to issue a recommended decision to determine whether the proposed tariff results in a fair, just, and reasonable rates, complies with the term of the stipulation entered in case number 20-00238 UT, and then thirdly, whether the complaint should be dismissed with or without prejudice. And I just wanted the record to indicate that when we had our pre-hearing in this case, the first pre-hearing on August 15th of 2022, when we were discussing the correct procedural posture for the case, counsel for REIA and Volt Solar and CCDAE agreed that they were not going to be pursuing the procedural complaint portion of their protest and complaint. Therefore, I had made a finding in the procedural order that section 6210 -1 was no longer applicable to this case. So just wanted the record to reflect that. And I believe with that, we can go ahead.
Ms. Hurst,
Mr. Marks?
I
Yes, sir.
think I heard you say dismissed with prejudice.
I can't.
and- Ms. Hurst, can you hear me? Can anyone hear me?
There you go. I can hear you.
Okay. Ms. Hurst, I think I heard you say dismissed with prejudice and.
I did not. I did
Oh.
not say that, sir.
Okay,
All I said is I was referencing my procedural order that I issued in this case on August 17th. I was referring to our pre-hearing conference held on the 15th and the discussions we had about the correct procedural posture. And basically what I said was that you had agreed that you would no longer pursue the procedural complaint portion. And therefore I found that 6210-1 was no longer applicable to this case. And that's all I said.
that's
Okay.
no objection. Thank you.
Okay, with that being said, then I believe we can go ahead now and begin the evidentiary portion of our case. And Mr. Walker, you have a witness, sir.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Lutz should be in the waiting room for you.
Okay, let me zoom back up to the waiting room. I don't see him yet.
Let me go check on that. Sorry.
Okay, unless I still have the USAF that says they're in the waiting room, but I don't see anybody else.
Your Honor, Ms. Kuppenbrock sent out another link a little while ago.
That was the
Is that-
YouTube one?
Oh, that's YouTube. Sorry. Okay. Let me just be sure. He's in somebody's waiting room. So let me
I hope it's not the dentist.
Well, I'm worried somebody might have mixed up the pre-hearing conference one. That's what I'm thinking might have happened. So let me. And by the way, Your Honor, we're in separate offices, so we'll keep things, clean. That's why it's not right here. We're staying in separate offices, so there's no, communication to go on here. Yeah, I sent you the link again. Did you? But I'm just worried it might have been the wrong link, or maybe it got timed out, or. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay, Your Honor, I think we've got it fixed. He should show up shortly.
Okay. I'm glad we're just all so relaxed. It's the beginning of the year. We're having a few kerfuffles, but we're handling it.
Your Honor, while we're waiting, I did mark the advice notice as Exhibit 1, and after our discussion yesterday, I was not going to introduce that, but have it available for parties to refer to, unless you would like me to have him bring that into evidence. It sounded like that wasn't necessary, but I'll leave that to your discretion. He can do that if you would like.
All right. I seem to recall that there were going to be several questions about it, so it's good that we have it at least numbered, and we'll let him identify it.
So would you like me to do that when I bring him in? Your Honor?
You know, I think it's probably a good idea.
Okay.
So would you like me to send him the link?
I sent it to him again, and I was told he was getting in there again. Is he
Okay.
still not there? Yeah. Yeah, he says he's in a waiting room. Did you use the link I just sent you? Your Honor, is he still not there?
No.
Use the one I just sent you. Sorry about that, Your Honor.
No, we're all here. So I think this is the good one.
We did test it this morning, Your Honor, to be sure his equipment worked. So we did do that.
Madam
I
Hearing
think maybe
Examiner.
he needs to go. He needs to go to Mr. Lee's office.
We'll get him on the road right away, Your Honor. Yeah. All right. I don't know what to say, Your Honor. He's in Zoom. The Zoom is working fine. And it says waiting to be let in. Yeah. So I don't know if you could maybe refresh something, Your Honor, to see if he's there. May have to have him come in here. Still nothing, Your Honor?
No, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, should I have him come sit in my spot here and I'll just sit to the side? Is that?
That's okay, Miss. Unless there's some objection, that's fine. That's fine with me, Mr. Walker.
Okay.
Don't pass him any notes.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm kidding you.
The consequence, Your Honor, may be that you won't see my face, but I will. You'll probably see it later.
Okay. Mr. Lee needs to see the witness's face.
Your Honor, this is Mr. Lee. I was wondering if you could address Judge Anaya Allen and Mr. Bragaco to make sure everybody can hear them. I'll go off the record.
Okay. Hearing examiner Niall Allen.
Yeah.
Mr. Lee, I got a big feedback.
So I had turned on the sound on my laptop as opposed to relying on the microphones that are provided by Mr. Lee.
Okay, I can hear you fine. The only thing you'll note is that you're not going to be, okay, now I see Mr. Luth.
He was the one that she could say, who is this USAF in the lobby?
That was him.
That was him.
Oh, Your Honor, I've just been informed that he may have been the USAF attempt to join a person in now, what?
Oh, no.
I just admitted him.
Are we in now? Ah,
He's in.
awesome. Okay.
I just
think
need-
they must have fixed it. So my apologies, Your Honor.
Is he with the, Mr. Luth, are you with the Air Force now?
I got two young ones in, yes.
Major
He does.
Buchanan?
He actually does. Yeah.
And they showed his graduation ceremony on Zoom, so that's why I had the problem. My apologies.
That's
Oh, so
okay.
Interesting.
Like I say, I thought it was somebody with the major and it was you.
Yeah.
You've been here all along. All right, Miss Lynch, I lost
hearing
you there.
examiner,
There you are.
Hurst,
Okay.
you can hear me. I'm just making a suggestion. I don't know if it's outside of protocol, but if Mr. Lees mutes himself except when he's speaking and everyone in his vicinity mutes themselves except when they're speaking, I think that can decrease the feedback.
Yeah, Your Honor, our folks have also suggested the use of headphones if they're available would help as well.
Okay. Pursuant to Mr. Lee's request, Mr. Pagacco, can I hear you, please?
Yes, let's try this. How's that?
Oh, I hear you well.
I have my computer muted and my speakers are all the way to 0 and I'm using Mr. Lee's microphone and this appears to be working pretty well. So thank you.
Okay. Just remember, it shows you muted, but you're really not.
That's
just
correct.
for YouTube purposes. Okay, thank you, Ms. Lynch, for the suggestion. All right, it looks like that we figured out who the USAF and Mr. Luth is here and ready. Mr. Lee, would you go ahead and swear in Mr. Luth, please?
Would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give the matter not pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Walker.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Luth.
Good morning.
I know we talked this morning about what we're doing this morning. I'm going to add a piece at the front end. It's pretty easy. So if you could please refer to, if you have in front of you, SPS exhibit number 1.
I do.
And can you please identify that document?
Yes, it's advice notice number 303 from SPS, which includes an affidavit from me concerning the rate number 85 that was filed with advice notice 303.
All right, and in that document, there is an affidavit from you. Do you see that on page, what's labeled page 1, I believe?
Yes, that's correct, and I do see it.
All right, and so in that document, you make certain affirmations under oath, is that right?
That's correct.
And if you were to make these assertions today, would they be the same?
Yes.
And are these statements true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And is there an attachment to your affidavit in this document?
Well, what's attached is a revised table of contents for SPS electric rate schedules, along with original rate number 85, which is the standby service rider, which is under review in this case.
And were these attachments created by you or under your direction?
Yes, they were.
All right, Your Honor, would you like me to admit these one at a time or all at once? Or seek admission all at once?
Well, I think this document has been referred to as the SPS advice notice, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So I think you can just go ahead and offer it as one exhibit, Mr. Walker.
Thank you, Your Honor. SPS hereby offers this exhibit.
Is there any objection to what's been identified as SPS Exhibit 1? SPS's advice notice 303 as verified by Mr. Luth. Hearing no objection, SPS Exhibit 1 is admitted. Go ahead, Mr. Walker.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Mr. Luth, can you get before you what's been marked SPS Exhibit number 2?
Yes, I have it.
And can you identify that document?
Yes, I can. It's my direct testimony filed in this case, pre-filed on September 9th, 2022.
Are there any corrections necessary for this testimony?
No, there are not.
Was this testimony prepared by you or under your direct control and direction?
Yes, it was.
If I were to ask you the same questions in this document today, would your answers be the same today?
Yes.
Are the answers in this testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
All right. And do you have attachments to your testimony?
Yes, I do.
And for attachment 1, was that a document created by you or under your direction?
Yes. Yes, it was.
And attachment 2 are public records, work papers that you relied upon in developing your testimony?
That's correct. Yes.
Your Honor, SPS would offer SPS Exhibit number 2 into evidence.
Any objection as to what's been identified as SPS Exhibit 2, Mr. Luth's direct testimony? Hearing no objection, SPS Exhibit 2 is admitted. Mr. Walker.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, Mr. Luth, can you please get before you the document marked SPS Exhibit number 3?
Yes, I have that.
And can you please identify that document?
Yes, that's my rebuttal testimony pre-filed in this case on November 22nd, 2022.
Okay. Actually, is the document you have labeled second corrected SPS Exhibit number 3? Is that the document you have?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and I'll explain, Your Honor. Are there any corrections from the testimony that was pre-filed? Are there any corrections needed in this testimony?
Yes, there's a couple of corrections.
Okay, and Your Honor, we reflected these changes that we're about to review as SPS Exhibit number 3, second corrected version, just so everybody can see that from the Dropbox.
All right, sir.
And Mr. Leaf, can you refer to I think the first one is on page 14. Can you please identify that correction?
Yes, it is on page 14 and it's on line number 7 where there's a reference to 86%. And that should be 79%.
Thank you.
What's the cause of that correction, Mr. Luth?
The cause of the correction was an incorrect filing in the rate case concerning the referenced percentage, which was discovered in the course of preparing responses to discovery on Monday of this week.
Okay, and have you filed a correction in case number 22-00286?
Not yet, but we do have a plan to do so.
Very well. Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah. And Mr. Luce, I think the next correction is on page 18.
Yes, that's correct.
Can you please explain those corrections?
Yes, on the question on line number 4, should say regarding Mr. Gorman's discussion of coincidence factor as it related to the probability, etc. Mr. Gorman replaces Mr. Higgins as originally pre-filed. And then once again on line number 15, the reference to Mr. Higgins is changed to Mr. Gorman in the question.
Okay.
And then again on page 19.
Yes, there's an answer to the just a referenced question. And again, there's a reference to Mr. Higgins and it should be a reference to Mr. Gorman.
Thank you. And with these corrections that are identified in SPS exhibit number 3, second corrected version, was this document prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes, it was.
If I were to ask you these questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Are those answers true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
Are there any attachments to this testimony?
No, they're not.
Your Honor, SPS would offer SPS exhibit number 3, second corrected version into evidence.
Any objection to what's been identified as Mr. Luth's rebuttal testimony, the second corrected version as was identified by him here today? Hearing no objection, SPS exhibit 3 is admitted. Mr. Walker?
Thank you, Your Honor. Pass the witness for examination.
Very well. And pursuant to our order of examination, I believe that the New Mexico Large Customer Group has some questions for Mr. Luth. So
That's
looks
correct.
like it's Mr. Stoffel or Mr. Rushoff, one of you.
Mr. Stoffel.
Very well, Mr. Stoffel, please go ahead, sir.
Thank you. A preliminary question for you, Hearing Examiner Hurst. I noticed you were
Yes.
pulling up the exhibits during the direct there. Do you plan to do that during cross, or do you want me to be sharing my screen and looking at the exhibits? What's your preference on that?
You know, to the extent that I can, if you want to direct me to the exhibit, I'll try to get it up on the screen for people.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Luth. I think it's still morning where both of us are.
Yes, it is. Good morning.
I'm Nick Stoffel. I represent the New Mexico Large Customer Group in this proceeding, and I have a few different topics to discuss with you today. Let's begin with why SPS proposed a standby rate. Looking at page 8 of your direct testimony, there you discuss the stipulation the commission approved in case number 20-0238-UT, correct?
Yes, I do. Yes.
And as shown on lines 10 to 13, the stipulation included SPS's commitment to file a standby rate tariff, including a standby tariff that is appropriate for a solar generation facility, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Turning to page 18 of your direct testimony, lines 3 to 8.
Okay.
There you explain how a customer with solar or wind power generation would achieve savings by reducing the frequency and duration with which SPS provides power, with savings occurring most notably in the cost of fuel and purchase power, and also the kilowatt hour energy charge. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Customers with their own solar or wind generation would achieve savings on fuel and purchase power and energy charges without SPS's proposed standby rate, correct?
That is correct.
Under SPS's proposed standby service rider, customers with their own solar and wind generation would typically pay the same rates they would pay under the standard general service rate tariff applicable to their class, correct?
They would pay the same rates. That's correct. Their billings would be lower, as noted in the question and answer.
Even if they're
assuming the solar facilities are in operating order and producing at adequate capacity.
So even if their highest level of demand or energy usage over a 30-minute period is shifted to an off-peak period, under SPS's proposal, those customers would pay the demand charges under the applicable standard general service rate, right?
Well, the question, addresses a shift to off-peak period for maximum demand. And, that is a hypothetical assumption here. But if that were to occur, that is correct.
And on page 19, lines 16 to 18, there you state that the elimination of potential demand ratchets is another benefit to customers with behind-the-meter generation, including solar generation, right?
Yes, I do.
Customers with behind-the-meter solar generation would continue to pay the full demand charge each month under SPS's proposal, right?
I think that's probably likely, yes, unless they curtail load when the solar facility is not operating.
So they would not benefit from elimination of the demand ratchet, would they?
With just the solar facility, they would not benefit from that.
Similarly, customers with behind-the-meter solar would not benefit from planned maintenance outages when they are being assessed standard demand charges for their usage of system energy outside of the defined maintenance period, right?
In that case, the maintenance outage or the outage would not be considered a maintenance outage. So that's correct.
So they would not benefit from the maintenance provisions in the standby tariff, right?
Well, they'd be receiving SPS capacity service. And so in that way, they would be benefiting from SPS service.
I'll ask my question again, and I'd appreciate if you'd answer the question I'm asking. Customers with behind-the-meter solar would not benefit from planned maintenance outages when they are being assessed standard demand charges for their usage of system energy outside of the defined maintenance period, correct?
Could you define benefit?
Well, it's the benefit of the maintenance period that you testify these customers would receive. So what is the benefit in your mind?
The benefit would be a prorated demand charge.
But the prorated demand charge assumes they're not being assessed a demand charge for their usage of system energy outside of the maintenance period, correct?
I don't know that that is an assumption. It assumes that the proper noticing requirements for maintenance are provided and the maintenance occurs as scheduled, consistent with the proposed tariff.
So the concept of avoiding demand charges for planned maintenance outages assumes the customer isn't being assessed demand charges outside of the planned maintenance period, right?
I could agree with that, yes.
Looking at page 20 of your direct testimony, lines 1 to 7.
Okay.
There you testify that SPS's standby service rider will encourage customers to invest in self-generation, including solar generation, right?
That's correct.
And you say that the benefits of the proposed standby service rider will add to the incentives customers already have to install distributed generation, correct?
Yes, that's right.
And as we already established, the first claim benefit, avoided energy charges and fuel and purchase power cost adjustment clause charges, exists regardless of the standby service rider, correct?
That's correct, yes.
The second claim benefit, discounts in demand charges for planning maintenance outages, would not actually reduce demand charges for customers with behind the meter solar, correct?
Well, yes, that's correct. No discount would apply.
Similarly, elimination of demand ratchets would not actually benefit a customer with behind the meter solar if they are already being subject to monthly demand charges, correct?
Well, yes, that's correct as well.
So in terms of practical effect, a customer with behind the meter generation would continue paying rates under the applicable standard general service tariff, right?
Given only a solar facility, that would be my expectation, without any curtailments of loads when the solar facility is not producing.
So you would expect a customer with solar generation would be expected to have the same overall bills with or without SPS's proposed standby service rider, right?
Given a consistent taken or receipt of SPS service prior to the implementation of the standby service rider, that is correct.
Well, as we just went through, there's nothing in the standby service rider that would change the rates being assessed to a customer with behind the meter solar, correct?
That's correct.
Now let's discuss the NMLCG's proposed standby service rate for LGST customers with behind the meter solar generation. Looking at page 11 of your direct testimony, lines 17 to 19.
Okay, I'm there.
There, you explain how the elements of SPS's proposed standby service rider are based on commission-approved rates, correct?
That's right. Yes.
And you agree that the NMLCG's proposal is also based on commission-approved LGST rates, right?
No.
You do not agree that Mr. Higgins derived his proposed rate using the LGST rates as approved by the commission?
No, those rates, to my knowledge, have not been approved by the commission.
Mr. Higgins' rates have not been approved by the commission. That's what you're saying, right?
That's right.
But you're not questioning whether Mr. Higgins based his proposed rates on the currently approved LGST rate, correct?
The current LGST rates are an input into his calculations.
And as an input, you would agree his rates are based on them, correct?
No.
It includes the same service availability charge, right?
Yes,
It includes the same off-peak energy charge, correct?
it includes the same energy charge.
Off-peak energy charge, right?
His off-peak energy charge is the same as the generally applicable energy charge to LGSD customers.
It includes a demand-based facility charge designed to recover 100% of the transmission-related demand costs, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And it also includes a demand-based standby generation charge designed to recover 10% of the generation-related demand costs, right?
Yes,
So overall, the fixed facilities charge and standby generation charges are designed to recover approximately 42% of the standard demand charges in the LGST tariff. Would you agree with that?
I haven't done the math on the 42%, but it is less than 100%. That's correct.
So subject to check, would you accept the 42%?
I can check that, yes. And if I find a different conclusion, I would like the opportunity to offer that.
Absolutely. So you'd agree it's less than 100, it's greater than 0, right?
That's correct, yes.
So the dispute regarding the NMLCG's proposed rate 34S standby service tariff is really focused on how the remaining 58% of the standard demand charge should be recovered from LGST customers with behind the meter solar generation, right?
Yeah, I could agree with that, yes.
And under the NMLCG's proposal, these remaining demand-related costs would be recovered through an on-peak time of use energy rate, correct?
No,
You do not agree that the on-peak time of use energy rate presented in the rate 34S standby rate proposal is designed to recover those demand charges.
I don't agree that it will recover remaining demand.
And to be clear, designed to recover if service is taken during those on-peak hours.
Yeah, I don't agree.
You don't agree it was designed to recover those if service is taken, or you don't agree it will recover those if service is taken?
I don't agree that it will recover those costs.
But you don't question whether it was designed to if service is taken during those peak hours, correct?
It's described that way. I'll agree with that.
You didn't challenge that calculation in your rebuttal testimony, did you?
I don't believe that there's any passages concerning the calculation of the rate.
And the on-peak period used in Mr. Higgins' proposal is the same as in SPS's other time of use tariffs, correct?
I don't think it is, no.
We'll come back to that then.
Okay.
The NMLCG's proposed on-peak backup energy charge is designed to provide the same annual revenue to SPS from a rate 34S customer operating without its solar facility, as SPS would recover from that customer under rate 34, correct?
Operating 100% of the time during the on-peak period without solar production.
Correct.
That's right.
SPS currently recovers demand-related costs from some customer classes exclusively through energy charges, correct?
Yes, typically smaller customers.
The residential class,
That's a good example.
small general class,
Yes,
residential heating,
yes,
small municipal and school service.
that's correct too.
Would you agree those classes are approximately a third of the total base rate revenue approved in the company's last rate case, case number 20-00238-UT?
I'd have to refer to my settlement bill proof from that case. I don't have it right in front of me.
Would you accept they're about 33% subject to check? I'll say I calculated that based on the allocation and the stipulation presented and approved in that case.
Certainly residential is the major component of that, those customers that you are mentioning. And for the purposes of discussion, I can accept that at this time. But subject to check, once again, I'd like to have the opportunity to correct that if it's a material difference.
Understood. SPS recovers demand-related costs from certain customer classes, like small municipal and school service, exclusively through energy charges, even though some of those customers have demand meters, correct?
Can I hear the question again? I'm sorry.
SPS recovers demand-related costs from certain customer classes, like small municipal and school service, exclusively through energy charges, even though some of those customers have demand meters, correct?
Some of those customers may have demand meters if they've registered levels of kilowatt hours that suggest demands of 25 kW or more, subject to the maximums in that tariff.
And so they can be demand metered below 25 kW and have demand related costs recovered exclusively through energy charges, correct?
Because that is what is in the tariff for small municipal and school, yes.
The company's demand charges are also seasonally differentiated, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Seasonal differentiation recognizes the difference in capacity needs and the difference in the cost of capacity between peak summer and off-peak periods, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Seasonal differentiated demand charges send a price signal to customers that it is more costly for SPS to provide service during peak summer months, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
The company has also supported time of use energy rates, correct?
Yes, we have.
You testified in support of the company's time of use rate proposal in 2015, didn't you?
I did.
And SPS in that case proposed time of use rates in order to provide better pricing signals to customers, encourage reduction in load growth during peak periods, and encourage efficient use of SPS's production and transmission facilities, correct?
Just one moment, I'd like to refer to my testimony.
Yep, it's page 36, line 7 to 9.
So yes, on page 36, I discuss, why we were offering experimental time of use rates in that docket or case, I'm sorry.
And you specifically proposed time of use rates in order to provide better pricing signals to customers, encourage reduction in load growth during peak periods, and encourage efficient use of SPS's production and transmission facilities, right?
Yes, for the test year under review in that case.
The peak period for SPS's time of use rates is the same as NMLCG's proposed standby time of use rate, correct?
That's correct.
In identifying those peak hours, SPS sought to identify the hours that included virtually all hours above 95% of its annual system peak, and the vast majority of hours above 90% of its annual system peak, without including an unreasonable number of hours that are typically not considered peak usage hours, correct?
Yeah, that's what I have on page 38 of that testimony.
Outside of those peak hours, SPS has excess capacity available because load is less than 90% of its annual system peak, correct?
SPS will typically have more capacity available during off-peak hours than on-peak hours. However, some units may be scheduled for maintenance during off-peak hours in an effort to, improve operations during on-peak hour or availability of resources.
So when you testified that the time of use rate was proposed for encouraging efficient use of SPS's production and transmission facilities, that means shifting on-peak usage to off-peak usage to utilize excess capacity, right?
Yeah, a form of peak shaving. That's correct.
So encouraging efficient use of SPS's generation includes shifting use off-peak, right?
Yes, that's correct.
The time of use rate includes an additional on-peak energy adder that significantly increases the cost of energy for consumption that occurs during the on-peak periods, right?
Yes.
And that structure sends customers a strong incentive to reduce consumption during peak hours, correct?
It sends a signal to customers that have opted for time of use rates, that signal. That's correct.
It sends a strong incentive to reduce consumption during peak hours, right? Page 39, lines 9 to 10.
Yes, that's correct.
And that structure was designed to enable customers to operate equipment periodically during peak hours without incurring a significant on-peak demand charge for infrequent loads, right?
That's correct. Yes.
The on-peak energy charges in SPS's time of use rates were designed to recover 80% of SPS's avoided capacity costs through an on-peak energy adder, right?
As those costs existed at that time, yes, that's right.
And each rate is designed such that the average customer in each rate will be billed the same amount over a year under the time of use rates as it would under the applicable standard rate, right?
Yeah, it's also referred to as a revenue neutrality, revenue neutral rate.
And that assumes they don't shift usage off peak, right?
That's right.
So in addition to recovering capacity-related costs through energy charges, SPS also recovers some avoided capacity costs through its peak time of use energy rates, correct?
Can I hear that question one more time, please?
In addition to recovering capacity or demand-related costs through energy charges, SPS also recovers some avoided capacity costs through its peak time of use energy rates, right?
Are you referring to off-peak energy charges for time of use option customers?
I'm saying in general. Earlier, we established you have some classes where you recover demand charges through energy rate, demand costs through energy rates, right?
That's right, yes.
And then we just established you also recover avoided capacity costs through time of use energy rates, correct?
Yes, for those customer classes, that is correct.
And earlier you noted that this was a pilot proposal or a test proposal for the time of use rates in 2015, right?
That's right. Yes.
They're part of your final, they're no longer on a pilot basis, correct? They're a standard offering in your tariffs now.
Yes, it's unlimited.
Now I'd like to discuss the impact of behind the meter generation on SPS's resource requirements. Looking at your direct testimony, page 15, starting on line 1.
I don't think I caught the proper page number.
Page 15, starting on line 1.
Line 1? Okay.
Yep.
Okay, I'm there.
There you describe how SPS is required to have sufficient capacity installed, available, and ready to provide the full level of capacity required by customers, correct?
Yes, that's not the end of the sentence, but that's correct.
And for SPS, these requirements are established by the Southwest Power Pool, or SPP, right?
Yes.
Specifically, SPP establishes a planning reserve margin that SPS is required to meet, right?
That's right. Yes.
And SPS must meet a resource adequacy requirement, correct?
That's correct.
For the summer, the resource adequacy requirement is equal to the LRE, load responsible entities, summer season net peak demand, plus its summer season net peak demand multiplied by the PRM, or planning reserve margin, correct?
That is correct.
As explained in Mr. Higgins' testimony, the reference to net peak demand reflects an adjustment to the peak demand to reflect non-controllable and non-dispatchable behind the meter generation, correct?
Do you have a reference for that, please?
Well, this will be easier. If we could pull up NMLCG Exhibit 11. If we go down to the definition of peak demand, so peak demand, and this is from the SPP's tariff, attachment AA, section 2, defines the highest peak demand as the highest demand, including transmission losses for energy, the projected impacts of non-controllable and non-dispatchable behind the meter generation, and the projected impacts of non-controllable and non-dispatchable demand response programs measured over a 1 clock hour period, correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
So the peak demand is reduced by the projected impacts of non-controllable and non-dispatchable behind the meter generation, correct?
Yes. Yes, that's correct.
And in your rebuttal testimony, you did not respond to Mr. Higgins' discussion of how this load is adjusted when determining SPS's resource adequacy requirements in SPP, right?
I don't recall doing so, no.
And if SPS's net peak demand is lower, then its resource adequacy requirement is also lower, correct?
As it is with reductions from other customers at peak hours.
But the tariff specifically lowers your peak load for behind the meter generation that's non-controllable and non-dispatchable. And that lowers your resource adequacy requirement, correct?
It does, because the loads are expected to be lower as provided by SPS to those customers during peak hours.
So looking at your rebuttal testimony on page 17. Lines 16 to 18, 16 to 19. There you testify that SPS's obligation to carry enough reserves is not impacted by the relative availability of behind the meter generation, especially because the SPP accredits behind the meter generation with zero capacity value, correct?
That is what it says, yes.
But as we just established, it does lower your obligation to carry reserves by lowering your peak demand, correct?
It doesn't affect our ability, obligation to provide service if and when the solar facility isn't producing or inadequately producing. For
That's
planning,
a fair distinction. So it doesn't affect your obligation. It affects the amount of your obligation, correct?
it affects the levels at which we have to plan and prove that we have adequate resources.
Much like SPS's peak load is reduced to reflect the projected impacts of non-controllable and non-dispatchable behind the meter generation. When allocating system costs, SPS adjusts its load to reflect behind the meter generation, correct?
For forecasting, that's correct, yes.
And for a historic period, the effects of behind the meter generation on reducing load are reflected in the historical data, correct?
The historical data takes the transmission peaks that we have and reduces it for the level of behind the meter generation that is included in the transmission peak.
So the transmission demand is higher than the capacity demand because the behind the meter loads are included in the transmission demand, correct?
I think it's a capacity demand, and I think you mean production demand, and that is correct, yes.
And that's spelled out in the company's responses to staff 3.3, staff 3.4, staff 3.7, and staff 3.8, correct? And Madam Hearing Examiner, these have been marked as NMLCG 3, NMLCG 15, NMLCG 16, and NMLCG 17.
So yes, in 3-3, staff 3-3, there is a explanation of the difference in the transmission and production demand peaks.
And it notes that the production related demand is reduced by behind the meter generation, correct?
And then 15,
It's 3, 15, 16, and 17.
okay, here's 15.
And this one notes that in your forecasted test year, you reduce the production and transmission peaks for behind the meter generation, correct?
Yes, for the purposes of jurisdictional cost of service.
Thank you. So first, I'd like to move to admit NMLCG 3, NMLCG 15, NMLCG 16, and NMLCG 17.
Okay, let's look at 16.
Okay.
Here's 3-7.
So this one notes for a historic test year, the contributions from behind the meter generation were already reflected in the data, correct?
Is that correct, Mr. Luth?
I'd like to hear the question again while looking at the.
Okay, there it is.
Response.
But we already established in your forecasted test year, in your future test year, you made an adjustment to reduce loads for purposes of allocation for behind the meter generation. This is explaining how for a historic test year, those contributions would already be reflected in the load, right?
For each customer class that has behind the meter generation, that's correct, because we're talking about the class cost of service study here.
And then there's 17.
And so again, this notes that the demands in the future test year did not include demand service for behind the meter generation since they were adjusted out in the system peak forecast, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, a little correction to this. This question asked about case number 22-00286-UT, but the response refers to 20-00238-UT. This response should refer to the 2022 rate case with the projected or forecasted test year, right?
Yes, that's right.
And you already established that by reducing the allocation, you reduce the costs allocated to New Mexico from behind the meter due to behind the meter generation, correct?
Costs allocated to New Mexico would have been higher if behind the meter generation had been included in the allocation for New Mexico, the New Mexico retail jurisdiction.
So lower load in a load-based allocation system means it lowers the overall costs allocated to New Mexico, right?
Yes.
Finally, let's discuss SPS's resource needs. SPS recently filed a supplement to its 2021 Integrated Resource Plan. Are you aware of that?
Hey, hang on there, Mr.
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
Stoffel.
I'd moved to admit these, but we didn't get a response on that. So I'll renew my motion to admit NMLCG 3, NMLCG 15, NMLCG 16, and NMLCG 17.
And NMLCG 3 is staff response to 3-3.
Correct.
15 is the response, SPS response to staff 3-4.
Correct.
NMLCG 16 is SPS response to staff 3-7.
Correct.
And NMLCG 17 is SPS response to staff 3-8, correct?
That's right.
Any objection to what's been identified by Mr. Luth, and I believe corrected, 17 was corrected regarding the case number to actually refer to 22-00286. Hearing no objection, NMLCG exhibits 3, 15, 16, and 17 as corrected are admitted. Go ahead, sir.
So, Mr. Luth, are you aware that SPS recently filed an update or a supplement to its 2021 Integrated Resource Plan?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Your Honor, that has been marked as Exhibit NMLCG 13, and we'd move that you take administrative notice of that document as a file in the Commission's records.
I'd like to hear why it's relevant to this case, Mr. Stoffel.
Well, as we've been discussing, that there's issues around time of use pricing, the need to recover capacity costs, the ability to send price signals about avoided capacity needs, and the contributions of behind the meter generation to the system needs. And this is to note that the company does have a near-term resource need that could be offset with customer behind the meter generation. NMLCG 13. It looks like it's just labeled as exhibit number 13 above the ones you have highlighted there. There you go, right there.
All right. There's been a request to take administrative notice of a supplemental filing in case number 21-00169 UT. This is in the matter of SPS'S 2021 Integrated Resource Plan. Any objection to taking administrative notice of this filing? From November 17th of 2022 by SPS. Hearing no objection, I will take administrative notice of the filing of that document. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Luth, generally the IRP update explains that due to increased load, the increased planning reserve margin, and lower capacity value of renewables, SPS has a near-term capacity need. Would you agree with that?
Beginning in the year 2024, tables 1 and 2 in that update or supplemental filing reflect that.
Thank you. And if behind the meter generation can reduce SPS's load, then it can also reduce SPS's capacity requirements, correct?
I think the key word there is can. I don't have anything available yet with any specifics to, positively or, firmly answer that question.
Well, so
but hypothetically, it could.
If it can reduce the load, then it would reduce the capacity requirements, right?
In the absence of additional load, net of that solar generation, that's correct.
And if behind the meter generation can reduce SPS's load and SPS's capacity requirements, it can help to reduce overall system costs, correct?
Once again, the key word there is can, but it can or could help if it existed.
And you provide a fair amount of testimony about how the SPP just increased the planning reserve margin requirements. And then also the use of the effective load carrying capacity methodology lowered the capacity value of renewables, correct?
Yes, and it's expected to continue to be reduced over the next several years with increased penetration.
But it did not reduce the capacity value of solar to zero, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Luth. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Stoffel. I believe that the next person to reserve time, Major Buchanan.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Luth. Can you hear me okay?
Very well, thank you.
Okay, great. I am Major Holly Buchanan, and I represent the federal executive agencies in this case. I actually just have very short cross for you. So concerning the company's cost to provide standby service, can the company avoid incurring distribution connection and capacity costs for a customer with behind the meter generation that takes standby service from SPS?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. May I ask the question to be repeated? I'm not sure I quite understood what the question is.
Sure, I'll repeat. With regard to the company's cost to provide standby service, can the company avoid incurring distribution connection and capacity cost for a customer with behind the meter generation that takes standby service from SPS?
No.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have.
Thank you, Major. Ms. Drake, you have questions for Mr. Wu?
I think we had agreed that Major Buchanan would cross Mr. Luth for both of
Okay.
us.
All right, so no, your question has been answered then, and we can go on. I believe that the next questioner is Occidental. So, Mr. McMillan, you have questions for Mr. Luth?
I do, Your Honor. May I
Please go
proceed?
ahead, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Luth. I'd like to start off just by getting you to authenticate some exhibits and get that out of the way. Could you look, do you have copies in front of you of OPL exhibit numbers 3 through 9?
Electronically, yes, I do.
Okay. Let's just go through them one at a time.
Sorry, Mr. McMillan, you're breaking up. Can you start again, please?
Yes, sir.
Nope.
No better.
I
I'm
was
off the
told,
record, Judge.
yeah, let's go off the record. Mr. McMillan, I was told that blurring your background uses up bandwidth. I don't know if that's going to help you or not, or if you need to try to reestablish your connection.
Let me try that. Is that better?
Well, that's better. Mr. Lee?
Okay.
When you're ready, Judge.
Okay, let's go back on the record. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so Mr. Luth, if you could look at OPL exhibit number 3 That's SPS's response to OPL's discovery request 2-1, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And does that appear to be a true and correct copy of that response?
Yes,
And OPL exhibit number 4 is SPS's response to OPL 2-13.
yes, that's correct.
And does that appear to be a true and correct copy of that?
I am sorry, Mr. McMillan, you are breaking up again.
Your Honor, would you mind if I tried to call in on my phone? That may be a better way to do that. And then I can just mute my audio on the computer.
All right, sir.
Give me just one moment.
Mr. Lee, let's go off the record. Has that been shown to help?
Yes, it has, Your Honor.
It really did, I thought, help there for a moment to unblur the screen, but okay, Mr. McMillan.
Okay, Your Honor, is this better?
Yes.
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, where were
Go
we,
ahead,
Mr.
Mr.
Luth?
Lee, back on the record. Go ahead,
Okay.
sir.
Mr. Luth, I just directed you to OPL exhibit number 4, which is SPS's response to OPL 2-13. Can you verify that that's a true and correct copy of that document?
Yes,
And OPL exhibit number 5 is SPS's response to OPL 2-14. Can you verify that that is a true and correct copy of that document?
yes, I can verify that.
OPL exhibit number 6 is SPS's response to OPL 2-15. And same question, can you verify that that's true and correct?
Yes, it's our response to OPL 2-15. That's correct.
OPL exhibit number 7 is SPS's response to OPL 2-16. Can you verify that that is a true and correct copy?
That's correct, yes.
OPL exhibit number 8 is SPS's response to OPL 2-9. Can you verify that that is a true and correct copy?
That's correct, yes. That's
And thank you for your patience here. OPL exhibit number 9 is SPS's response to OPL 2-18. Can you verify that that is a true and correct copy?
that is correct.
Okay, Your Honor, OPL offers OPL exhibit numbers 3 through 9.
Any objection to what's been identified as SPS response to OPL 2-9, OPL exhibit 3? Hearing no objection, OPL exhibit 3 is admitted.
You may have misheard me, Your Honor. I meant to offer exhibit numbers 3 through 9, all of the ones that I just went through with Mr. Luth.
Yes. OPL exhibit 4 is SPS response to OPL 2-13. What's the purpose of this hypothetical?
One moment, Your Honor. Let me get that open in front of me. Actually, Your Honor, I'm planning on going into this discovery response in just a moment, but if you'd like me to preface, the point of this hypothetical is to illustrate how under SPS's proposed rate, the demand charges would work for a standby customer.
Okay, I'm gonna hold off on that one. OPL Exhibit 5. I'll wait on that one. I think that relates to that question too.
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
Yeah, let's wait until you go into the witness, sir. I understand that he's saying that these are all his answers, but I want to know what the relevance is to this case. So I'm going to hold off on ruling on OPL exhibits 4 through 16. I'm sorry, 4 through 7.
4 through 7, okay.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Your Honor, are you planning to rule on exhibits, OPL exhibit number 8 and number 9 at this point, or are you holding off on those as well?
No, I'm going to hold off on those two. Go ahead.
Okay, so Mr. Luth, I'd like to go ahead and talk to you about a couple of these responses. Could you pull up OPL exhibit number 4?
Okay, I have that in front of me.
Okay, so in OPL exhibit number 4, you were asked to calculate the demand charges that would apply if a transmission level standby customer experiences a forced outage and SPS is required to supply 10 megawatts of backup power for various lengths of time.
Yeah, that's my understanding of it.
And in your response, you explain that it doesn't matter when the standby customer takes backup power or for how long the standby customer takes backup power, the demand charge would be the same.
Well, the description of a standby customer, I'm not really seeing it there in the question. I believe that's assumed because that's the subject matter of this case. So I do compare a standby customer to a customer with no generation, and so the backup power, or in the case of a customer without generation power, or supplemental, really supplementary service, or just general service is provided at the standard demand charges.
Okay, so to be clear, Mr. Luth, the only customers that are eligible to receive backup power, capital B, capital P, are standby customers, right?
I don't see much difference between backup power and standard service customer. So when you talk about eligibility, I think any customer is eligible to receive SPS power or capacity service. However, the term backup power would apply only to a standby service customer.
Okay, so when answering this question, was it your understanding that the question referred to a standby service customer taking 10 megawatts of backup power under the standby rate?
Yes.
Okay. So I'd like you to look now at at OPL exhibit number 5, which is SPS's response to OPL 2-14.
Okay.
Mr. Luth, before you move off, go back to 2-13, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Luth, in this question, this hypothetical question to you, is this assumption of 10 megawatts of backup power, is that something that SPS would see? And if so, I mean, would it be a typical request, or would it be a non-typical request?
From the question, I don't, I guess because most of this case has to do with a solar facility. So for a solar facility, I think that would be a typical request or expected when the sun is not available as a resource to power the generation. But in terms of, all customers are eligible to receive service from SPS, provided, proper connection. So it's not unexpected. It's not unexpected. Or, it's not atypical. It would be a typical request.
And would that amount of backup power be considered significant or not?
I would say 10 megawatts can be considered significant. Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to try to put the hypothetical request in context to what SPS actually sees in its service territory and in its requests. So I think you've answered that. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Okay,
Mr.
so
McMillan. We're going on to the next exhibit, 214.
yes, if
Okay.
you look at 2-14, your response to 2-14, in this response, you explain that in the various scenarios described in the response to 2-13, that it's possible in most cases that the customer's demand, that the standby customer's load would be coincident with the class monthly peak demand. And in some circumstances would not, for example, in A, be coincident with the system monthly peak demand. And in other cases, it may be, correct?
I'm not quite sure I understand the question.
Actually, Mr. Luth, let's just move on to OPL exhibit number 6, which is your response to OPL 2-15. Okay, so we just established in OPL exhibit number 4 that you did a calculation for a standby customer that takes 10 megawatts of demand in various scenarios, and you explained that the backup power demand charge would be the same in all those cases. Here in OPL 2-15, you were asked to quantify the demand charges for a 10 megawatt non-standby transmission level customer that used power in all hours of the billing month. And in your response, you calculated that, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the demand charge that you calculated here is the same as the demand charge that would apply to a standby customer that takes 10 megawatts of power in all of those various scenarios described in the prior question, right?
In OPL 2-13, which is exhibit OPL 4. Yes, that's right.
One moment here. Okay, so under SPS's proposed rate, if a standby customer were to experience a generation outage and their behind the meter generation goes down and they take 10 megawatts of backup power for, let's say, 30 minutes in the middle of the night on a weekend, that customer would owe the same amount of demand charges in that month as a non-standby customer that took 10 megawatts of power from SPS in every hour all month.
Since consistent levels of capacity were provided to each customer, that's correct.
Okay. Based on this examination, Your Honor, I'd move for admission of OPL exhibit numbers 4 and 6.
Any objection to what's been identified as OPL Exhibit 4, SPS's response to OPL's 2-13? Hearing no objection, OPL Exhibit 4 is admitted. And you said 6?
4 and 6, yes, Your Honor.
Any objection to what has been identified as OPL Exhibit 6? SPS's response to OPL 2-14. No, 2-15, pardon me. Hearing no objection, OPL Exhibit 6 is admitted. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay, so Mr. Luth, I'd like to move away from exhibits for a moment here and talk about some general principles of rate design. So the reason that this case is happening is to develop a cost-based rate for standby service, correct?
That could be the result of this proceeding. I think this case is the result of, our filing of the advice notice that has our proposed standby service rider number 85.
And your intention in filing rate 85 is to enact and create a cost-based rate for standby service, right?
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk kind of at a high level about how cost-based rate making works. So utilities, when they're setting rates, they attempt to set those rates in accordance with cost causation principles, correct?
Generally, that's the starting point for determining rates. Yes.
And that means that you try to set rates such that each customer bears all of the costs that the utility incurs to serve that customer and does not bear any of the costs that are caused by other customers.
If you have rates that are in unity with cost of service, that's correct. Yes.
Would you agree with the statement that rate design is a continuation of class cost allocation?
I don't think I agree with the statement. I think it's more like it reflects the charges necessary to recover the costs that have been allocated to each customer class based upon usage.
Okay, so let's try to get at that a different way. So would you agree that the same principles that are used to determine appropriate cost allocation should also apply when designing rates?
Generally, that's correct. Yes.
Okay, so if we had unlimited time and resources, the ideal approach to rate design would be to consider each individual customer's usage characteristics and develop a rate that perfectly aligns what each customer pays with the costs they cause SPS to incur, right?
That would be the ideal, yes.
But that's not feasible. So we don't create a custom rate for each customer. We lump customers with similar usage characteristics together to develop cost-based rates that are fair to the members of each class, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you'd agree with me that if you have two customers that are the same size and voltage, but one has behind the meter generation and the other doesn't, their load shapes and other usage characteristics that SPS meters are generally going to be different, correct?
I think you asked if their load shapes are going to be different.
Yeah, and other usage characteristics.
Yeah, concerning, or at least considering that they have consistent levels of capacity requirements at the same times. And in the one case, the standby customer would have generation to provide some or all of those capacity requirements. And the customer without generation would rely on SPS to provide those, the capacity as well as energy to provide the power for their operations.
Okay, so you'd agree that if there are two customers of the same size, one uses behind the meter generation and the other doesn't, that the one that uses behind the meter generation is going to look different as far as SPS is concerned.
Given the conditions I described previously, I can agree with that, yes.
Okay, and that's why standby rates exist, right? It's to recognize that customers with behind the meter generation impose different requirements on a utility system than customers without.
To the extent that the rates are different for standby service, I think that might be a goal of the standby rate.
So let's talk now about how class cost allocation and rate design are related. So in a rate case, SPS gathers a snapshot of all the costs it incurs to provide service across its system, correct?
By snapshot, if you mean 12 months of operation, that's correct.
Okay, and once the utility divides its customers into classes, the first step in cost-based rate making is to allocate costs to each customer class, correct?
That's right, yes.
And that's the purpose of a class cost of service study, is to allocate system costs that SPS incurs to provide service among each of its customer classes.
Yes, that's the purpose of it.
Okay, so the first step, in a class cost of service study, to allocate production and transmission demand related costs, SPS would use the average and excess for coincident peak, or AED 4CP method, right?
For the allocation of production and transmission capacity costs, yes, that's right.
Okay, so just for the record, I'd like to go through how that works. That methodology works really quick. So coincident peak demand is a measure of the demand of each customer class during the intervals when SPS's system peaks in each of the 4 summer months, June through September, right?
That's right.
And the AED 4CP method looks at a customer class's average demand and their excess demand, right?
Yes, it does.
Average demand is the class's coincident peak demand multiplied by the class's load factor.
I understand that average demand, and it is basically kilowatt hours over the course of the year divided by 8,760 to have an average demand per hour.
I think that gets us to the same place. So excess demand is the difference between the class's non-coincident peak demand and the corresponding average demand, or zero, whichever one's higher, right?
The peak demand is the customer class's demand at the peak hour compared to the average demand over the course of the year.
Okay, so to calculate AED 4CP, you would take the class's proportion of the system average demand and weight it by the system load factor, right?
Yes.
And you would add that to the class's proportion of system excess demand weighted by 1 minus the system load factor.
That's correct.
Okay, and that gives you the class's AED 4CP percentage. And you multiply that by the total production demand costs on the system to determine the amount of production demand costs that are attributable to that class, right?
That's right, yes.
Okay, so let's move on and talk about, in addition to coincident peak, SPS also measures each class's non-coincident peak demand, right?
Well, we use non-coincident peak demand to allocate distribution level costs because they're more local than transmission system costs or production system costs. So we don't generally file that in a rate case for transmission voltage customers because distribution equipment or costs don't apply to them.
Well, sure, but when you are dealing with customers who have, say, for example, distribution substation costs, you would look to the class's non-coincident peak demand, and that's the class's highest collective demand in any one interval, regardless of when the system peak was, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you'd agree that a class's non-coincident and coincident peak demand are not necessarily the same because not all classes peak at the same time as SPS's system peak, right?
I agree. Yes.
Okay, and similarly, a class's non-coincident peak demand, a class's non-coincident peak demand is not the same as the customer non-coincident peak, which is the sum of the highest individual demand for every customer in the class, regardless of when it occurs, right?
The sum of the customer maximum demands, I like to refer to as billing demand typically. But yes, they are different.
Okay, does SPS allocate any demand-related costs based on class-wide billing demand?
No.
And that's because SPS doesn't plan its system based on an assumption that every individual customer in a class is going to be running at 100% of their maximum demand at the exact same time, right?
Yes, load diversity is a common term for that.
Okay, so I'd like to set up a very simple kind of rate design hypothetical to talk about how a cost-based rate would work. So can you assume with me that there's a situation where utility only has two customers in class, customer A and customer B? Are you with me?
I think so far.
Pretty easy so far. Okay, so customer A's maximum non-coincident demand is 2 megawatts, and customer B's maximum non-coincident demand is 20 megawatts. So customer B is 10 times bigger.
Okay.
You with me? Okay, so both customers have the same coincident peak demand, and that's 1 megawatt at the time of SPS's system peak. So that would mean that customer A would have what's called a coincidence factor of 50%, right?
Okay, you're talking about two customers in the same customer class, but there's other customers?
No, there are only two customers in this class, customer A and customer B.
Okay. Well,
So customer A's maximum non-coincident demand is 2 megawatts, and their coincident demand is 1 megawatt. They would have a coincidence factor of 50%, right?
yes, they would. Yes.
Okay, and customer B is much larger. They have a non-coincident demand of 20 megawatts, but their coincident demand is the same at just 1 megawatt. They would have a coincidence factor of 5% because only 5% of their peak demand occurs coincident with the system peak, right?
Well, earlier I asked about other customers because I'm not really seeing how a customer with 20 megawatts of load would be part of a two customer system with a peak of, I think, 2 megawatts is what your hypothetical has here.
Okay, so that actually gets right at my point, Mr. Luth, is that if you were trying to design cost-based rates in a situation like this, the cost-based rate design would set a lower production demand charge for a customer with a 5% coincidence factor than a customer with a 50% coincidence factor, right? Excuse me, on a dollar per kW basis, just to be clear.
I'd have to look at some specifics there.
Can you repeat that? Which A, or can you just repeat that statement again?
Okay.
Nolan, I'm sorry, I didn't quite, I'm sorry, Your Honor, I should address you. If you could please repeat that summation, just so I'm following you.
Yeah, I'm happy to. So we have customer A, they have a 50% coincidence factor and a maximum demand of 2 megawatts. And we have customer B, with a 5% coincidence factor and a maximum demand, a non-coincident demand of 20 megawatts. In that situation, a cost-based rate design for those two customers would establish a lower production demand charge for customer B on a dollar per kilowatt basis.
Got it. Thank you.
Is that right?
Well, I'm not hearing an average demand because we went over 80 for CP previously. And 80 for CP takes into consideration average load. So that's what we're missing here in your hypothetical.
Okay, one moment. Let's see. One moment, Mr. Luth. Okay, so if we want to add in an average demand, let's say that the average demand for, let's see, the average demand is for customer A that has the coincidence factor of 50% is 1 megawatt. And the average demand for customer B, which has a coincidence factor of 5% on a 20 megawatt peak load is 2 megawatts.
It's a very spiky load for the 20 megawatt customer, but yes.
Okay, so you agree that that customer in a cost-based rate design would have a lower production demand charge.
Well, it may take me some time to try to work out the calculations here because I need to consider, a load factor here. These look like some pretty low load factor customers. The 2 megawatt customer would have approximately 50% load factor because their average load is out of a 2 megawatt load is 50%. But at peak, they'd have 100% load factor. So there would be no excess demand. Whereas for the 20 megawatt customer that you described, if my notes reflected correctly, with an average of 2 megawatts over the course of the year, but only 1 megawatt at peak, again, there would be no additional excess demand that we described earlier because 1 is less than 2. So I think in that case, the demand charges would be approximately the same, given that those are the only 2 customers that we have in the hypothetical.
Okay, so Mr. Luth, let's start again here. So we have 2 customers. One of the customers, they're coincident, or both customers have the same coincident demand, and one customer has a much higher non-coincident demand. Are you saying that those customers would experience or should have the exact same demand charge on a dollar per kilowatt basis?
Well, I should qualify that to say that these, I'm guessing, are transmission voltage customers, and we're not considering distribution costs here.
Yes, let's go ahead and make that assumption.
Okay. Yeah. I don't feel comfortable commenting on this hypothetical. I feel like I'm missing some items here.
Okay, so let's just move on from this, Mr. Luth. So Earlier, you noted that given the differences between these two customers, right? A customer that's more like a standby load where they show up really big sometimes, but not usually at peak, and another customer that shows up pretty consistently. It doesn't seem to you like they would be in the same class. So let's say that we had sufficient resources and time and we wanted to develop a 100% accurate cost-based rate that captured all the differences between those customers. The way that we would do that is to effectively treat those customers like they're each their own class and use the class allocation methodology to determine their fair share of SPS's costs, right? So like you were doing, using the AD4CP.
Well, that's really what I was trying to do, is establish two customer classes for each with only one customer. I will say that the customer with a 20 megawatt load would have a higher bill because 20 megawatts of capacity would be provided to that customer at some time every month versus only 2 megawatts for the smaller customer. But the rate could be theoretically the same based upon the assumptions in your hypothetical, because there's no excess demand from either one of them.
So let's just assume that the same demand costs are allocated to both customer A and customer B. Wouldn't B have a lower demand charge in that scenario? Given that it's larger?
Given the same demand costs, that just for the purposes of discussion, $1 million allocated to each customer, that's correct.
Okay. So let's move on to a different topic. And I'd like to talk a bit about how SPS determines how much capacity it needs to have available to serve the needs of its customers. So on page 6.
Sorry, counsel. Your Honor, before we move on to the next topic, can we have a short break?
Yes, Mr. Lee, we can. Mr. McMillan, before we go on our short break, how much more do you have?
I'd say probably 20, 25 minutes.
Okay. Well, okay, let's go ahead. We'll take is 5 minutes good, or Mr.
Yes,
Lee?
ma'am.
Okay, let's take a 5-minute break and we'll come back and let you finish up with your questions, Mr. McMillan. Okay, so we'll recess for 5.
Yeah, 9-inch.
Your Honor, if you could, no, you already did it. Never mind.
Before we go back on the record, Mr. Bagatko or hearing examiner Anaya Allen, any indication of electricity?
There was an email I saw from the commission that said it had come back on. Originally, it was supposed to come back on at 12:15, but it looks like PNM did a little bit better than that. So the last email I saw said we were back in shape.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, if we're ready, Mr. Lee, we can go back on our record from our brief recess. And Mr. McMillan, I believe that you had some more questions for Mr. Luth.
That's correct, Your Honor. Okay, I am unmuted. That's correct, Your Honor. Mr. Luth, just before the break, I was directing you to, or I was telling you that we were going to move on and talk about how SPS determines how much capacity it needs to have available to serve the needs of its customers. So on page 6 of your rebuttal, starting at line 10, let me know when you're there.
Page 6, line 10 of rebuttal.
Yes.
Okay, I'm there.
On that line, the sentence that begins on that line, you say SPS maintains the required level of capacity for the benefit of all of its customers, including customers with BTM generation every month. Did I read that right?
You did, yes.
So that doesn't mean that SPS maintains sufficient capacity to serve the sum of every SPS customer's maximum potential individual demand, does it?
That's not likely. Expected peak demands each month for
Okay,
all
so-
customer classes.
So you don't maintain sufficient capacity to serve every SPS customer's maximum potential individual demand at the same time, right?
Based upon the forecast for what the peaks will be each month, plus a planning reserve margin.
Gotcha.
It's not considered likely.
So in other words, SPS's capacity needs are determined in relation to its expected system peak demand, correct?
Yes.
And that means the highest collective coincident demand across the SPS system.
That's right, yes.
Okay, could you turn to page 18 of your rebuttal testimony, please? And also line 10 once again.
Okay, I'm there.
On on that portion of your rebuttal testimony, you say to reduce demand charges for customers that have BTM generation based on a statistical probability that they're more likely to be operating during peak demand disregards the contingency that they will not be available due to unforeseen circumstances. And SPS's obligation is to have capacity available to serve that load in those contingencies. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Okay, so I'd like to examine that. And to do that, I'd like to set up a hypothetical, and you can tell me if it's representative of how SPS procures capacity for standby customers. So let's say that SPS, just to make the math easy, had 100 standby customers, and each one had a 1 megawatt load. Are you following so far?
100 customers, 10 megawatts or 1 megawatt?
1 megawatt each.
Okay.
And let's assume that each of those customers has sufficient BTM generation to serve their entire load, and they only take backup power from SPS when their generation experiences an outage. Are you with me on that point?
Yes.
Okay, so let's say that we can predict that each of these 100 customers will only need power from SPS 1 day out of every 100. So there's a 1% chance that any of those customers will experience an outage on any given day. Are you with me there?
I might quibble about the percentages there. I realize where you're getting it, but there's only 30 days a month, so it's closer to like 3%.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was unclear. There's a if each customer, we can predict they will experience an outage 1 day out of every 100. There's a 1% chance that any given customer will experience an outage on any given day.
Okay.
Okay. So
Yes.
would you agree with me that the expected capacity needed to serve those 100 customers in any given day is 1 megawatt plus reserve margin?
Well, other than the 1 day of outage for each customer, I think you're assuming 100% load factor here, where the customer's equipment is operating all the time. Otherwise, it wouldn't have an outage.
Yes, that is one of the expectations, or one of the assumptions.
Okay.
So would you agree that in that scenario, the expected capacity need to serve those customers is 1 megawatt plus reserve margin?
Given those assumptions in your hypothetical, yes.
Okay, so in practice, would SPS reserve 100 megawatts of capacity to serve those hypothetical standby customers every day?
I would say probably not.
Okay, so let's say that SPS reserves exactly enough capacity to serve the expected backup power needs of those 100 hypothetical standby customers, meaning, once again, 1 megawatt plus a reserve margin. If every day, as we expect, one of those 100 customers takes backup power and pays a prorated daily demand charge for 1 megawatt of capacity plus reserve margin, then collectively, those 100 standby customers, they end up paying demand charges that are equal to the capacity costs that SPS incurred, correct?
Excuse me, Your Honor. Can I have the question repeated again? I kind of lost where Mr. McMullen was going.
Yeah, fair point. That got pretty long. Okay, so let's break it down. Mr. Luth, let's say that SPS reserves exactly enough capacity to serve the backup power needs of these 100 hypothetical standby customers. That means 1 megawatt plus a reserve margin, right?
That's right. Yes.
Okay, and let's assume that in each individual day in a month, as we expect, one customer out of those 100 will take backup power. Are you with me there?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, so let's assume that we have a standby rate in place along the lines of what Mr. Pollock has proposed. And each of those customers, when they take backup power, they would pay a prorated daily demand charge for 1 megawatt of capacity plus the cost of the related reserve margin. Are you with me on that assumption?
I think so, yes.
Okay, so in that scenario, we have SPS procuring 1 megawatt of capacity plus a reserve margin. And we have a customer paying for a demand charge for 1 megawatt of capacity plus a reserve margin. Do you agree with that?
Well, yes, for the hypothetical, that's correct, yes.
Okay, so you would agree then that collectively, those 100 standby customers end up paying demand charges that are equal to the capacity costs that SPS incurred, right? In this hypothetical.
I'm sorry again, Your Honor, to interrupt. So are you saying including the backup power payment made by that customer and the other customers are not paying any demand charges? I just want to be sure I'm following your hypothetical.
So I'm referring to the costs that SPS incurs to serve them, which is the 1 megawatt plus reserve margin. And then the demand charges that they pay under a standby rate that includes a prorated daily demand charge, which Mr. Luth already agreed would be for 1 megawatt plus the related reserve margin. And I'm just confirming that those two things are the same.
Okay, I just want to clarify for your hypothetical, are these the only customers that SPS would have or another hypothetical utility, or is that part of a larger group of customers?
I mean, does it impact your answer? Could you answer it both ways?
Well, I think it does. I haven't done a lot of resource planning in my time. In fact, really very little other than to provide some inputs for resource planning. But if those were the only customers of a utility and you've got a potential that if the outage occurred all in one day, for example, if it, whatever, if they're gas-fired generation and there happened to be a problem with the pipeline supplying each of those customers, that would seem like a pretty risky resource portfolio. Even though you may expect only one a day, theoretically, I think all of them could happen on one day as well.
Okay, so
you asked earlier if we would procure 100 megawatts, and probably not. But 1 megawatt seems kind of risky to me to supply 1% of the potential load.
Okay, so based on what you just said, you'd agree with that SPS's planning practices are not that SPS does not plan for capacity under the assumption that all of the behind the meter generation their customers have will be unavailable at the same time.
Honestly, I don't know.
Okay. So I think that we came to an answer on that hypothetical. So I'm going to move on to a different part of your testimony. Could you turn to page 14 of your direct testimony, please?
Okay, I'm there.
So on that page, starting at line 9, you say that, or excuse me, line 10, simply because a customer has generation does not mean that SPS has a reduced level of capacity responsibility when the customer's generation is not available. Did I read that right?
You did, yes.
But when customers own and operate behind the meter generation, that does impact SPS's load forecasts, right?
Yes, yes.
And would you agree that if SPS has a lower load forecast, that means it needs less capacity to be available to serve that forecasted load?
It has a lower cost of capacity to serve a lower level of load than it would a higher level of load, yes.
Okay, so all else equal, if the amount of customer-owned behind-the-meter generation on SPS's system goes up, SPS's capacity costs would go down, right?
Well, given those assumptions, there would be lower capacity costs to meet loads during the summer as well as the winter, depending upon what type of standby generation was in place.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is just all else equal. If you have more customer-owned behind-the-meter generation on SPS's system, SPS will have to acquire less capacity to serve its forecasted load. Is that correct?
Well, if by everything else being equal, that other loads don't change.
Mhm. Yes, that's included in.
And the peak hours don't change depending upon all the new or additional customer-owned generation that is installed. Yeah, that would be a fair assumption.
Okay, Mr. Luth, let's move on to our last topic here and talk a bit about maintenance power. So do you have I know that we talked about it earlier, so you definitely do, a copy of SPS's proposed rate 85, the standby service rider?
Yes, I did.
Turn to page 4 of that document.
Okay, I have it.
Okay, so page 4 of that document, the first sentence under the heading maintenance power, the proposed rate says that maintenance power will be available to substitute for a customer's generation for a maximum of 30 days per calendar year, scheduled outside of the designated peak months of the SPS. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, so do you have a copy of Rule 570 available?
I believe I can perhaps, oh.
Can
Are
you
you talking
get that?
about,
Your Honor, can we have someone, I mean, this was not offered as an exhibit of any kind. Is this?
Well, Your Honor, it's my understanding that that we can, cite to and discuss commission rules without offering them into evidence.
And Your Honor, I don't object to that. I just, we're kind
We
of.
just want him to get a copy of it.
I'd be happy to share my screen if that makes sense, Your Honor.
Okay. Let's stop
Actually,
mine.
there
And Mr. McMillan, why don't you email it to me?
Actually, what I can do is there is a link to the version that is online, and I can put it in the Zoom chat, and then everyone can access it.
Because I don't see, I'm just so used to pulling up the share. I don't see how to let anybody else share.
Oh, yeah, that is a technical hassle. I apologize, Your Honor.
I think I would have to go back to, there we go. Let's see if I can. Okay, how's that?
It has not come up yet on my end.
Okay,
There it is. And Your Honor, if you could scroll down to subpart 12D is where we're going to be the whole time.
okay,
Okay, wait for the screen to catch up here. Okay, so Mr. Luth, Rule 570.12D, as in dog 3, establishes a floor for the amount of maintenance service that utilities are required to provide to standby customers, right?
Yes, it does.
That portion of the rule says that maintenance power shall be available to qualifying facilities for a minimum period of 30 days per year scheduled outside the system peak period of the utility, right?
Yes, it does.
So there's nothing in that rule that prohibits SPS from offering more than that minimum 30 days of maintenance power per year, correct?
I don't see a prohibition of 30 days.
Okay, and in your attached to your direct testimony, you included the tariff from PNM, the standby tariff that they have, correct?
Yes.
And in that tariff, PNM, when discussing the availability of maintenance power, mirrors the rule language and provides for a minimum period of 30 days of maintenance power, correct? And for reference in the record, that is attachment RML-2 to Mr. Luth's direct, page 26 of 27. And it's under the heading maintenance availability.
Yes, that's what it says.
Okay, and Mr. Luth, do you have a copy of OPL exhibit number 10?
can you tell me what it is, Mr. McMillan?
Yes, Your Honor, one moment, I'm pulling it up myself. It is El Paso Energy's rate 23 maintenance power service, cogeneration and small power production facilities. And if you could turn to page 5 of that document, Mr. Luth.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay, so Mr. Luth, in attachment RML2, you included part of El Paso Energy's standby rates, but not this one, correct? Specifically, your attachment RML-2 starting on page 16 of 27, you include an El Paso Energy, or part of the El Paso Energy standby rates, correct?
Yes, I didn't have, I didn't include rate number 23 from El Paso. I did include rate number 22 concerning backup power.
So this is the related rate number 23, correct?
Yes, they're related.
Okay, and you'll agree with me that the last paragraph there on page 5 of 5 of that document, El Paso Energy also mirrors the rule and says that maintenance power shall be available for a minimum period of 30 days per year, correct?
It does have those words. That's correct.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd move OPL Exhibit 10 into evidence.
Any objection to what's been identified as OPL Exhibit 10, which is an El Paso Electric Company 11th revised rate number 23. Hearing no objection, OPL Exhibit 10 is admitted.
Okay, Mr. Luth, let's look back at Rule 570, subpart 12 once again. Your Honor, I believe that was the one you had up on your web browser.
Thank you. Do you say part 10?
Part 12D2. D is in dog 2. And Mr. Luth, let me know when you're ready.
Okay, we're looking at subpart D2.
Yes, and the second, or excuse me, the third sentence is where I'm going to start. That starts no demand.
Okay.
Okay, so Rule 570.12D2 states that no demand charge shall apply for maintenance power taken during off-peak hours as defined in the utilities retail tariffs. For those utilities which do not have time of use rates, off-peak hours are defined as 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. weekdays, 24 hours per day on weekends and holidays. Okay, so just keep that in mind, and let's look at, once again, at SPS Exhibit 1, which is rate number 85, page 5 of 5.
Okay.
Okay, so under the heading maintenance power continued, the second line there, it says, no demand charge will apply for maintenance power taken during the hours of 11 p.m. through 7 a.m. Did I read that right?
Yes, you did.
So in light of Rule 570.12D2, it's fair to say that this rate filing assumes that SPS does not have time of use rates, correct?
Are you making that conclusion based upon rate number 85 as filed by SPS, that we do not have time of use rates?
So I'm saying that the period provided for in rate 85, that no demand charge will apply for maintenance power taken during the hours of 11 p.m. through 7 a.m. That matches up with the final sentence of 570.12D2, which says, for those utilities which do not have time of use rates, off-peak hours are defined as 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. weekdays. And it does match up with that, right?
Other than the part about for those utilities which do not have time of use rates, because as we've discussed previously, SPS does have time of use optional rates or alternatives.
Okay, and that's exactly where I'm headed with this. So that first sentence in 570.12D2 says, no demand charge shall apply for maintenance power taken during off-peak hours as defined in the utilities retail tariffs. And if, as you just mentioned, SPS does have some time of use retail tariffs, correct?
As options, that's correct.
And those time of use rates uniformly define SPS's peak hours as the hours of 12 p.m. through 6 p.m., Monday through Friday during the months of June through September, right?
For the applicability of the on-peak charges and the time of use options, that's correct.
Okay, and I've got one more issue to talk to you about on maintenance power. So looking back at that same page of SPS Exhibit 1, which is rate number 85, that final page 5 under the subheading maintenance power scheduling. So the first line under maintenance power scheduling says qualifying maintenance periods must occur during the winter months as defined previously. Did I read that right?
You did.
Okay, if you flip back to page 1 of 5 of rate 85, and under the heading standby capacity reservation charges.
Okay.
One moment, I'll wait for the screen share to get there.
Which page, Mr. McMillan?
It's page 1 of 5 of original rate number 85, which I know that the pagination restarts. It's not at the top of the doc. I unfortunately don't have Bates numbering. Keep going because we're still in the, there we are, page 1 of 5. Okay, under the heading standby capacity reservation charges. Oh, there it is. Yep. You'll note, Mr. Luth, that that divides the year into summer months and winter months, correct?
Yes, it does.
And the summer months are defined as the months June through September, correct?
That's correct.
You'd agree with me that that's a 4-month period?
I agree.
Okay, and the winter months are every other month in the year, right?
Yes.
Okay, so, as a refresh, because it took us a second, on page 5 of 5, the proposed tariff says that qualifying maintenance periods must occur during the winter months. So the 8 months of the year listed here, and that means that they couldn't occur during the 4 months defined as the summer months, right?
Yes, those are our peak months.
Okay, so I'd like you to look one last time at Rule 570, this time subsection 12, D as in dog 3. And let me know when you're there.
Okay, I have it. Yes.
Okay, the sentence D3, yes, begins, maintenance power shall be available to qualifying facilities for a minimum period of 30 days per year scheduled outside of the system peak period of the utility, which is defined as the 3-month period covering the peak month together with the preceding and succeeding months. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
So it's fair to say that Rule 570.12 D2, or excuse me, D3, requires that a standby rate only prohibit maintenance power across a 3-month period, or excuse me, only limits scheduling of maintenance power across a 3-month period, right?
Yes.
Okay. So Your Honor, this concludes my questioning of Mr. Luth. I did want to circle back on a couple of the exhibits that we discussed earlier, specifically OPL exhibits 7 through 9. And
Well, okay. All right. I show that we don't have a disposition on 5. Are you still interested in offering 5?
one moment, let me pull it up. Yes, Your Honor.
2-14.
Yeah, the relevance of Exhibit 5 is that it shows that although we did admit Exhibits 4 and 6, and those show that the demand charge for a customer that takes power across the period of coincident peak demand is the same as a standby customer who takes power, in the middle of the night for 30 minutes once in the entire month. And the question and response to OPL 2-14, which is exhibit OPL 5, demonstrates that fact, that the various time periods discussed in OPL exhibit 4 may or may not, in most cases, and sometimes don't, and sometimes do, align with the SPS system peak. So it's a clarification to the implications of 4 and 6.
Any objection to what's been identified as OPL Exhibit 5, SPS's response to OPL's question 2-14? Hearing no objection, OPL 5 is admitted.
Okay, the next one, Your Honor, was OPL exhibit number 7.
And that's OPL 2-16.
Yes, Your Honor. And this
And
question,
are you still interested in offering OPL Exhibit 7, SPS's response to 2-16?
yes, Your Honor. This question and answer deals with how maintenance power costs would be calculated, and is relevant to how maintenance power would actually work under the proposed rate.
Mr. Luth, this hypothetical again for this 10 megawatt of maintenance power, is this a typical for an SPS customer in SPS's New Mexico jurisdiction?
No, it is not typical.
Your Honor, the particular megawatt.
Let me let him finish his answer, sir.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Luth.
In New Mexico, I don't know of any 10 megawatt standby customers that would require maintenance power for 30 days in a billing month. So this is atypical.
Okay, and within the terms of the question, assuming a transmission level customer, that's specifically the type of customer that would be using maintenance power, correct?
Yes, transmission customer with standby generation is correct, yes.
But you're saying that you're not aware of any such customer in New Mexico in SPS's jurisdiction that has that kind of maintenance power requirement.
Yes, I am saying that for 30 days. It could happen. We do have some customer-owned generation, but for their own needs, they don't need 10 megawatts, to my understanding. Let me take that back. There is one customer that could. That's correct. It's not solar. It is is a fossil fuel generated customer that potentially could qualify for standby service.
Okay. Any objection to what's been identified as OPL Exhibit 7? Hearing no objection, OPL Exhibit 7 is admitted. We're on to 8, Mr. McMillan?
Yes, Your Honor, and we do intend to offer 8.
Okay. Any objection to what's been identified as OPL Exhibit 8? SPS's response to OPL's 2-9. Hearing no objection, Appeal Exhibit 8 is admitted. And then we have 9. Correct, Mr. McMillan?
Yes, Your Honor, and we do intend to offer 9.
All right. Any objection to what's been identified as OPL Exhibit 10? SPS's, OPL Exhibit 9. SPS's response to OPL 2-18. Hearing no objection, OPL Exhibit 9 is admitted. Mr. McMillan, have you concluded your cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well. Believe it's time for a luncheon recess. I have 12:45. Let's take an hour and come back at 1:45, and we'll continue with the examination of Mr. Luth. And at that time, I believe there will be questions from Volt Solar, REA, CCAE, and from staff. And with that, we are recessed until 1:45. Thank you. Remember, the YouTube is still on. Okay. Okay, I think it's 1:45 and I think we're back from our luncheon recess. Going to continue with the examination of SPS witness Mr. Luth and Mr. Marks. You have questions for Mr. Luth?
I do, Your Honor.
Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Luth. Can we start with Vote Solar, or I'm going to call it REIA Exhibit 3? And Mr. Luth, it looks like you might be on mute, but when you have that exhibit ready, just let us know verbally on the record.
Mr. Marks, did you say 3?
I said, yeah, it's on new Exhibit 3,
Okay.
which is the response to staff interrogatory 1-5.
Yes, I have it.
And in the second paragraph of your response, the first sentence, would you please read that for me?
Yeah, the first sentence.
Of the second paragraph.
Yes. The standby rider is intended to apply only during months when the customer's generation provides 100% of the customer's requirements and does not take power from SPS.
And now can I direct you to what was marked as SPS Exhibit 1, the advice notice?
Okay.
And can you direct me to the words in the advice notice that specify that the standby rider only applies in months when the customer does not take any power from SPS?
Yes, on page 2. And the definition of backup power. The last sentence. Standby service rates do not apply to KW demand resulting from backup power during months when SPS provides backup power.
I'll confess to being a little confused there. Can you I think I'm understanding it, but could you provide a little bit more explanation so it's in the record? Do you understand my where the ambiguity is?
The ambiguity, I suppose, is not, or as a result of a detailed explanation that if SPS provides backup power, I feel this is pretty clear myself. It could be located somewhere else in the tariff, but at this point, it is clear to me that the standby service rates do not apply to KW demand resulting from backup power during months when SPS provides backup power. And I suppose there could be some kind of qualification or clarification that says, as a result, the customer will be charged for capacity charges under the applicable rate, and the standby service rider would not apply. Something to that effect.
Thank you. And as I understand it now, then, if a customer has some demand during the month, a customer with behind the meter generation who is in this program for standby, if they do wind up taking some power from SPS, that power would be backup power, as you understand it, correct?
Yes, if it was not properly scheduled maintenance power.
Okay. And I think it was established this morning that in terms of rates and in terms of what would be paid and basically all things that I can think of, backup power is identical to taking service under the standard rates for the class. Is that correct?
I don't know by identical, but it's very similar in that the capacity is provided to the customer at the levels metered.
And at the same rates?
At the same rates, that's right.
Okay. And before lunch, Ms. Hurst asked you a question about the Mr. McMillan's hypothetical with a 10 megawatt load customer who needed, I think in the original hypothetical, needed backup power. I think later on they had a discovery request that talked about maintenance, but they had one about backup. And Ms. Hurst asked you about requesting that 10 megawatts of power from the company. Is it correct that if a customer needed backup power, they wouldn't get on the phone to an SPS representative? They would just turn on their equipment and take that power, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So if it's a customer with solar generation and they don't call every evening to say, hey, the sun's going down, we're going to need to take some power. And they also don't call if there's a cascading failure in their inverters and their solar system suddenly goes offline, they don't call you, they just start drawing grid power, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And now, can we look at your direct testimony, which would be Exhibit 2, and that would be page 12, line 16. Continuing on the next page to approximately line 5.
Okay.
You appear to be testifying that a customer will be charged the greater of the standard rate or the rate calculated per rate 85. Am I correct in understanding that?
Yes, you would be correct.
Okay. Right. And then you have a scenario where the customer uses backup power for 2 days, which is less than 10% of the month. 30 days divided by 10 would have been 3 days. So in this case, the customer with 2 days, what do they pay? The standard rate or rate 85?
I think a better choice of words under, so, part 2 there in my testimony, instead of backup power, should have been maintenance power. But because 2 days is less than 10% of the 30-day period, the standby rider would apply.
Okay, so the conflict is fixed because if the word backup on line 1 there really should be maintenance.
Yes, because that's when proration may occur.
Okay, so it is still correct then that if there is any use of grid power in the month, the customer does not pay anything on rate 85. We'll never pay anything under the rate 85 reservation fee.
I'm not, can I have a question again? If the customer takes any power that is not scheduled as maintenance power, then the standby rider would not apply and the otherwise applicable demand charge would apply.
But to be sure, your response to that staff interrogatory is correct. If they take any power during the month, then they're not paying the rate 85 rate. And what's in your direct testimony, to the extent it's inconsistent, is wrong.
The testimony is correct had I used the word maintenance power rather than backup power. But backup power is not maintenance power because backup power represents power taken from SPS that was not scheduled for a maintenance outage.
Understood. And the reason, I think you might have covered, next question, you might have covered this this morning, but would you agree that a customer with a solar system as they're behind the meter generation without battery storage will never meet the criteria for being charged the standby rate and rate 85?
I don't agree.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the response.
I do not agree.
You do not agree? So you agree that it would be possible for a customer with a in what circumstance might a customer with a solar system without battery storage fall into the criteria for being charged for 885?
If the customer at the time that the solar facility was inadequate, stop taking load or stop, having a load requirement.
Okay, and I would agree, and that would be the only circumstance if the customer made their load match the output or non-output of their system.
Yes, that's another way to put it.
Okay. While we're still, can we go back to the advice notice? And if I can refer you to page 1 of 5 under applicability.
Yes.
Okay, and the third line from the end of that paragraph, it says, under contract in which SPS's service is reserved for standby, backup, or maintenance. Should there be a comma between the words standby and backup, or is there a category of service called standby backup?
Tell me again, Mr. Marks, where is that?
Okay, third line from the bottom of the paragraph, applicability. And it's the sentence that begins under contract, and then it has the word standby, backup, or maintenance. And to rephrase the question, make it simpler, should there be a comma between the words standby and backup?
No, I don't think so. When SPS provides backup or maintenance power, SPS is standing by to provide that power.
So you're saying standby and backup are one category of service?
Yes.
Is it standby backup, or is it backup and maintenance are part of standby?
Backup and maintenance are part of standby.
Mr. Marks?
Thank you. Let's, can we look at REIA Exhibit 4?
Okay, I have it.
And in this interrogatory, staff asked for the company's analyses and calculations supporting the use of the 10% factor. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. And the supporting documentation that you offered was the rule and the tariffs from the two other investor-owned utilities?
Along with a brief explanation following those items.
Okay. And this is your response to an interrogatory, correct?
It is.
And the previous exhibit we looked at was also your response?
Yes.
Before I lose my train of thought, Madam Hearing Examiner, I would move admission of REIA, Vote Solar, CCAE Exhibits 3 and 4.
Kind of. Okay. Any objection to what's been identified as REIA Exhibit 3, which was a question posed by staff and responded to by Mr. Luth. Staff Exhibit 1.5. Hearing no objection. REIA Exhibit 3 is admitted. REIA Exhibit 4 is also SPS response to staff question 1-2. Any objection to the introduction of that exhibit? Hearing none. REIA Exhibit 4 is admitted. Mr. Marks?
And looking at this Exhibit 4, in your explanation, you stated that 10% is a minimal level of cost, and we can, for the capacity that's made available. My question to you is, wouldn't 1%, 5%, or 8% also be a minimal number or a minimal level of costs?
I'd term it below minimal.
Okay, and is there some analysis as to why 10% is a better number than 8%?
Because it's minimal. And 8% is lower than that.
Is there a definition for minimal in the canons of utility rate design?
Well, the goal of utility rate design is to recover 100% of costs. So 10% is inadequate, really, if you apply the 10% to all rates.
Yes. Are you alleging that or asserting that 10% recovery of costs would be adequate for a utility?
Not at all.
And if rate 85 was approved, will SPS be reserving or acquiring some additional capacity for standby services?
Depending upon the development or non-development of standby service customers in New Mexico, is really what my answer would be there. I don't know. It would depend upon the development of additional, and to what degree behind the meter generation was installed and would require standby service from SPS.
Right. If I understood your testimony this morning, SPS's capacity obligation is equal to the system coincident peak load plus the planning reserve margin, which is going to be 15%. So 115% of system coincident peak load. Is that correct?
No. You use the word obligation, and our obligation is to provide all load when demanded by customers.
Thank you.
That would be a planning level, resource planning level.
Right. Right. So SPS is required to have capacity, or it is required, I think you said, by SPP to have sufficient capacity to match that number available, correct?
To match the, the planned peaks or the, forecasted peaks.
Yeah. So whether or not there's a rate 85, the actual coincident peak demand on the system will determine how much capacity resources are needed and how much cost for capacity the company incurs, correct?
When you say are needed, that is, are needed to comply with SPP planning criteria.
When with that clarification, the answer is yes?
Yes.
Okay. So the company will not, in fact, no, let's stay with that here. So let's go back to where we were. You've said that 10% is a minimal number and 8% is a lesser number that you don't consider minimally adequate. Is that fair characterization?
Yes, that's fair.
Okay. And do you have something that tells you that by adding behind the meter generation, but not using it in a particular month, a customer is adding cost to the SPS system that is equal to approximately 10% of the standard demand costs?
No, I'm saying that the value, there is a value for the availability of that capacity, and I think 10% is a very representative number of that value.
Is that based on your opinion?
I think so, yes.
Okay.
How,
And-
Mr. Luth, wait, just a second, Mr. Marks, if I can. Mr. Luth, how does your answer relate to your response? Where you refer to the, I guess, the staff question and that referred you to the 17.9.570 section? I believe it's the 12. I just lost it. Where it talks about that the maximum is 10%.
Maximum is a logical conclusion of the words shall not exceed 10%. But that's
So does that section, I mean, doesn't that set a ceiling, not a floor?
yes, that's correct.
So you can't ask for more than 10%, right? Pursuant to the statute.
For the availability of capacity or capacity reservation charges, that's correct. Yes.
Okay, so then my question is, how does this section relate to your answer to that, or does it to the interrogatory response?
Well, I think Mr. Marks may have asked a question that I guess explains it a little bit, that it is my opinion that 10% is a rather minimal level of cost to have the availability of SPS capacity when the customer's generation that would ordinarily or maybe just sporadically provide power to supply the customer's load requirements. In my opinion, 10% is minimal.
All right. So then the answer to my question is the 10% ceiling in the statute for the reservation charge did not influence your answer about that 10% is a minimal level of cost for capacity. Is that correct?
The administrative code and the fact that the rate is in effect, or a very similar rate is in effect at El Paso and PNM, other utilities regulated by the commission, along with the administrative code, provided guidance for the 10% level of charge for the standby rider. In terms of it being minimal, some of the questions have had to do with, is 10% recovery of capacity costs acceptable to a utility? And I do not think so. It will be a completely inadequate return on our investment.
Then why didn't you ask for 25%?
Because it's set in the administrative code for this charge.
It's set at 10% as the maximum.
As the maximum, that's correct, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to my other question, to a question I asked you earlier. If this rate was approved, went into effect, you had some customers sign up for it, and maybe let's just put a number to it. Let's say you had 10 megawatts worth of customer load sign up for this rate. Is SPS going to add 1 megawatt of capacity and acquire an extra megawatt of capacity to reserve for those customers, or an extra 10 megawatts of capacity reserved for those customers? Or is SPS going to just use and deploy its existing capacity resources when needed?
All else being equal, there wouldn't be additional procurement of capacity. However, with a change in loads served by standby capacity, it is possible SPS will need additional resources to serve that load.
But as we discussed, that would be reflected in the coincident peak going up. If it was, then you'd add resources.
To the level of my understanding of resource planning, yes.
Okay. Does SPS have any data showing that forced outages or other reductions in electric output by customers subject to rate 85 will occur simultaneously or during the system peak?
Oh, rate 85 is not in effect. I don't know.
If the question was, does SPS have data showing forced outages or other reductions by customers potentially subject to rate 85, is your answer still you don't know, or is it different?
No, the answer is still I don't know.
Okay. Isn't it correct that 2 of the 5 tariffs, both of them under rate 34, large general service, to which the standby rate would be applicable, have a 60% demand ratchet?
Well, 2 of the rates, that's one. 2 of the rates within one of the rates, which is large general service transmission. Yes, they do have a 60% ratchet.
Okay. If a customer in one of those rates had any grid usage during the preceding 11 months, wouldn't that customer already pay more than the reservation charge because of the effect of the ratchet?
Yes, if it occurred within the 11-month review period and in the current month had 0 capacity or below 60%.
Has SPS estimated what will be its monthly collections under the reservation charge and rate 85?
No, we have not.
Okay. Has SPS made any analysis or estimates showing that the amount it might collect is equal to the cost it incurs to hold reserve capacity?
No, we have not.
Okay. If we can go to page 7 of your rebuttal testimony.
Okay.
Okay. 7 and you're referencing the 15% planning reserve margin there on line 13. You see that?
I do, yes.
Okay. Is the intention of that testimony to say that because 10% is a lower fraction than 15%, rate 85 is cost justified?
Yes.
Are they? So you're saying that those 2 fractions are measuring the same thing?
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay. Wouldn't it be true that if you had no behind the meter generation customers, SPS would still need to incur the cost to have capacity resources equal to 115% of system peak?
Yes, that's true.
Okay. And are behind the meter generation customers responsible for all of the capacity need in the 15% planning reserve margin?
No.
Are they responsible for any of the capacity need?
Well, again, we don't have a standby service rider in effect. But customers with behind the meter generation, they are part of the capacity requirements that we have to plan for.
Yeah. I mean, you have customers with behind the meter generation today, don't you?
Yes.
Okay. And do they have, does that behind the meter generation have any direct impact on the planning reserve margin?
It could.
Does it reduce it?
It could. It could also increase it.
And then Mr. McMillan asked you a lot of questions about cost-based rates, and he did that in the context of for ACP A&E. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Would you agree with me that for ACP, with or without average and exceptions, is not not the only possible way of deriving cost-based rates, and that there are proponents and circumstances where where there are proponents of other methodologies and circumstances where other methodologies are justified?
As it pertains to SPS, I don't agree with that. I am aware that there are other methods for determining production and transmission capacity cost allocation among customer classes.
Right. So 4ACP is the method that SPS proposes in its rate cases.
Well, I just want to clarify that, you know, we call it AED 4CP or 4CP AED. And I think it's for ACP, which might mean the same thing in your mind, but I just want to use our terms.
Okay, but that's SPS's preferred method?
Yes, it's consistent with prior rate cases.
Okay. Are you aware that for other utilities and other times, other methods have been used?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, there's such a thing as 12 ACP.
I'll convert that to 12 AED 4C, AED 12 CP.
Oh, thank you. Okay, and the answer would be yes?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
How we doing, Mr. Marks? You're about 15 over.
Oh, okay, then I'm done.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're thinking
Were your questions for Miss Lynch, or does Miss Lynch have questions too?
No, as I indicated in the pre-hearing, we're going to divide the witnesses. Miss Lynch is going to examine Mr. Gorman, and then if there's examination for the other ones, they'll be mine.
Okay, thank you, sir. So I think that brings us to staff, Mr. Pagatko.
Yes, thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Are you in the building or
I am
going to be
still
paying rent to Mr. Lee?
It looks like I'm going to be paying rent to Mr. Lee.
All right. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Luth.
Good afternoon, sir.
I'd like to direct your attention to what's been provisionally marked as Staff Exhibit 5, which I'll represent to you is SPS's response to Staff Discovery Request 3-14.
Yes, that's correct.
And if Madam Hearing Examiner could indulge us and bring that up, thank you. And do you recall being the sponsor of this response, Mr. Luth?
Yes.
Do you see down there, I think it's the second paragraph of the response, where you talk about, the first paragraph, you talk about SPS. You state that SPS currently does not modify the capacity attribution based on a unit's forced outage rate or equivalent availability factor. Did I recite that correctly?
Yes, you did.
So does that then mean that SPS provides full capacity attribution for its thermal generating units, even if some of those units regularly have unplanned forced outages?
Well, the following sentence says that SPS relies upon the tested capability of each generating unit when calculating their capacity attribution.
So then the answer to my question is yes, that's not a factor in the capacity attribution in that instance. Is that correct?
In that instance, over the course of a month, that's correct, yes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Luth. Is it important to SPS that cost allocation and rate design reflect the factors that cause cost to be incurred?
Yes, that's correct.
And with that answer, I can take it then that it is a goal of SPS to ensure that its cost allocation and rate design reflect causation factors to the extent possible. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
And then following upon that, if cost allocation or rate design does not follow cost causation, could it then cause some customers or customer classes to subsidize other customers or customer classes, or for those classes or customers to be subsidized themselves? Sorry for the long question, but I hope you understand.
I think I understand, and yes, I would agree.
How does the operating characteristics of customer-owned behind-the-meter generation impact the generation capacity obligations of SPS within the SPP?
Well, it depends upon whether the customer-owned generation or behind-the-meter generation is operating at the time of the load points that are used to establish the estimated peak for planning. So if the customer's generation was operating and providing some or all of the customer's load at peak, then it would affect it in the sense that that customer's load would not be included in the planning of resources, because it would not be an active load at the time of peak, again, for planning. Conversely, if the customer's generation was not operating and the customer was, requiring capacity, then SPS would be providing that capacity, and it would affect the planning for resources to meet loads.
Thank you, Mr. Luth. And Madam Hearing Examiner, before I forget, regarding Staff Exhibit 5, SPS's response to Staff 3-14, might I have that admitted into the evidentiary record, please?
Any objection to what's been identified as Staff Exhibit 5, SPS's response to Staff Question 3-14? Hearing no objection, Staff Exhibit 5 is admitted. Go ahead,
Thank
Mr. Bagatko.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Mr. Luth, getting back on track and sort of following upon the question you just previously answered. Is SPS required to plan for generation capacity for customer-owned behind-the-meter generation, assuming the behind-the-meter generation will not operate and will require SPS to serve that load at the time of SPS's system peaks?
It has to do with, or planning for that load provided by a customer's generation. If it is operating at the time of peak, then to the extent or level of load that it is, the capacity it is providing, it would not be part of the planning. But if it is not operating at the time of planning, then it would be part of the resource requirement.
Depending on, I guess, the level and rate of generation or non-generation behind the meter, are there any contingencies that allow you to, I guess, spontaneously modify the planning data as it's reported to SPP, or is that just something that just gets picked up each reporting cycle?
We're supposed to have a plan in effect on April 1st. In terms of meeting loads, that's not part of my everyday job responsibilities, and so I don't know about on the spot changes in resource planning, except to the extent that we are obligated to meet our loads whenever possible.
All right, thank you. Going back to that interesting topic of AED-4CP, I have a little bit of a hypothetical for you if you'll indulge me. Assume a customer's owned generation behind the meter is fully operating and serving some portion of the customer's load during the 4 summer coincident peaks for a test year. Now, with that in mind, in the development of the AED-4CP demand allocator for generation, would SPS use the customer's actual demand on SPS's system during the 4 coincident peaks? Or would it be the customer's actual demand plus the capacity of their own generation that would be involved in factoring that?
For the purposes of using the class cost allocation with AED-4CP, and the customers behind the meter generation was operating, then that capacity would not be included in the calculation of the allocation.
All right, we'll change the theme here a little bit if you'll indulge me. I was going to ask about Cannon Air Force Base. First of all, are you familiar with SPS's cost allocation and billing treatment of Cannon Air Force Base's assigned allotment of power from the Salt Lake City Area Integrated Projects, which is administered by the Western Area Power Administration, also known as WAPA?
Yes, I'm generally familiar, and my latest knowledge of that is that it's not currently in effect.
Okay. But your familiarity with that came from, I guess, your partial or complete sponsorship of the cost allocation study and the proposed change to the tariff in connection with that situation with Cannon Air Force Base. Is that fair to say?
That is, yes.
All right. Even though it's not in effect, to your recollection, does the WAPA power that's delivered to SPS's system for Cannon vary throughout a day, month, or year, or is it pretty steady?
No, it varies.
Okay, then, with that understood, other than the adjustment for losses on SPS's system, does the adjustment to Cannon's monthly billing demand reflect the amount of WAPA power delivered to SPS for Cannon at the time of Cannon's peak each month, or does it include a fixed or scheduled amount?
It's based upon WAPA deliveries at the time of the customer's peak.
Well, okay, then, if the actual capacity of WAPA power delivered to SPS's system on behalf of Cannon ever drops significantly or falls to zero in any hour during the month, does SPS still provide a full capacity credit pursuant to SPS's rate number 27, the SLC Integrated Projects Energy Rider for Cannon Air Force Base? Or does it do another way?
Not for capacity costs. If energy is delivered over the course of a month, then the energy charge is adjusted. But there's no scheduled amount a regularly scheduled amount of WAPA power that is delivered to meet capacity needs at Cannon.
So is there any capacity credit under that situation that is given to Canon in connection with the WAPA power?
There can be if they arrange real-time delivery of the power.
Thank you, Mr. Luth. Going back to staff exhibit 5, SPS's response to staff 314. Do you have that available, Mr. Luth?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Reading that response as a whole, can I take it that this response indicates that SPS would receive full capacity attribution for a generating unit, even if its equivalent availability factor dropped significantly?
I'm not involved in the testing of the capability for each generating unit, but this response tells me that if the equivalent availability factor were permanently or long-term decreased, then the capacity attribution would be affected, but the question had to do with in a month. And so for the purposes of in a month for thermal generating units, it would not affect its capacity attribution.
Fair enough. Thank you. I'm going to move along now to staff exhibits 1, 2, 3, and 4, which we can take them one at a time. Staff exhibit 1 is SPS's response to staff 1-6. And I trust that you have that available, Mr. Luth.
I have the response to staff 1-6 in front of me, yes.
And staff 1-6, in addition to the actual textual response, also includes what SPS attached as exhibit SPS-staff 1-6. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I'll represent to you that, well, I've attached your verification to each of these discovery responses just for purposes of housekeeping and making it very clear that you were the sponsor. Just looking over staff 1-6 and SPS's response to it, is that a complete and accurate copy of what SPS submitted in response to that discovery request?
The version I'm looking at does not have the exhibit. However, it does look like the hearing examiner's version could.
Oh.
The scroll bar is pretty high right now.
Okay. There was a staff exhibit 1 that I transmitted to Dropbox that I'll represent, contain not only SPS's response to 1-6, but also exhibit SPS-staff 1-6, with which SPS presented in conjunction with that response. And it looks like Madam Hearing Examiner's pulled it up on the Zoom share screen.
Yes, I believe she has.
And does that look like it's an accurate and complete rendition of that response, including the exhibit SPS prepared?
Yes.
All right. And bear with me, this may be a little tedious. Now, I would do the same thing with staff exhibit 2, which I would represent as SPS's response to staff 1-7. And that consists of the question, SPS's response, and then again, a copy of your verification. And you see there that we run through a couple of scenarios and your response addresses at least SPS's position regarded the same. Is that correct, Mr. Luth?
Yes.
Okay. And then in the same vein, I would move to what's been submitted as Staff Exhibit 3, which is SPS's response to Staff 1-8. It's also accompanied by your verification. And again, it's another permutation of scenarios with slightly different parameters. But if you'll just take a moment and look at that and make sure it is accurate and complete.
Yes, it looks to be complete.
And then finally, I would direct your attention, if you'll indulge me a little more, to Staff Exhibit 4, which I'll represent to you is SPS's response to Staff 1-9. And again, it presents some scenarios, and it's also accompanied by your verification. If you'll take a moment to just verify that that is accurate in terms of what SPS responded to with regards to Staff 1-9.
Yes, that appears to be the response.
All right. Now, with all that in mind, and hoping that you have a reasonable amount of clarity regarding SPS's response to those various discovery requests, do those responses, as well as SPS's exhibit Staff 1-6, indicate that under the wide range of scenarios identified in those discovery requests, that customers will receive $0 credits to the applicable demand charges for their owned generation capacity?
I want to understand your question. You're asking, is there no adjustment to the demand charge for demands that are registered that SPS provided in all of these scenarios?
That's correct.
Then it is correct that there are no reductions in the demand charge for behind the meter generation.
And forgive me for the somewhat clumsy question, but I believe you grasped it and you've answered it. So thank you for that, Mr. Luth. All right, going back to Staff 1-9 as it's reflected in Staff Exhibit 4, subparts C and D, as well as Exhibit SPS Staff 1-6. Does your response and what you've put together in that exhibit indicate that a customer who owns behind the meter generation that has a 95% equivalent availability factor would receive any capacity credit? Or are we in the territory of being zeroed out again?
Well, based upon meter demands in these examples, there are no reduced demand charges for these customers in these examples.
All right, thank you for that. And lest I forget, Madam Hearing Examiner, if you'll indulge me, I would like to move into evidence Staff Exhibit 1, SPS's response to Staff 1-6, Staff Exhibit 2, SPS's response to Staff 1-7, Staff Exhibit 3, SPS's response to Staff 1-8, and then finally, Staff Exhibit 4, SPS's response to Staff 1-9.
Okay, Mr. Luth, I just want to make sure the prior New Mexico Large Customer Group, Exhibit 17 referred to your new pending rate case, correct? As opposed to staff exhibit 1, which is referring to your prior rate case, correct?
I'd like to check.
You
large
see
co-
where, look at this, at the share screen, that's staff exhibit 1 and it's referencing 20-00238.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, so that's your past rate case, correct?
That's right. Yes.
Okay. Any objection to what's been identified as staff exhibit 1, SPS's response to interrogatory question 1-6? Hearing no objections, staff exhibit 1 is admitted. Any objection to what has been identified as SPS's response to staff interrogatory question 1-7, also referring to the past rate case 20-00238. Hearing no objection, staff exhibit 2 is admitted. Any objection to what has been identified as staff exhibit 3, SPS's response to staff interrogatory question 1-8? Hearing no objection, also referring to the past rate case 20-00238, staff exhibit 3 is admitted. Finally, any objection to SPS's response to staff interrogatory request 1-9, also using data from the prior rate case 20-00238. Hearing no objection to staff exhibit 4, it is admitted. Mr. Brigacco.
Madam Hearing Examiner, thank you for the heavy lift on those items, and I will move along. Mr. Luth, getting back on track. If generating units owned by SPS have equivalent availability factors less than 60%, does SPS claim the full rated capacity for those units for, SPP planning purposes?
I don't know.
Let's say then, I kind of hate to get into hypotheticals, but we'll keep it simple. Let's say for the moment that the answer to that question is yes, that SPS generating units with an equivalent availability factor of less than 60% are claimed at full rated capacity for purposes of SPP planning. With that in mind, if that is actually the case and that's how it goes down, would SPS's treatment of customer-owned behind-the-meter capacity be consistent with the treatment of SPS's owned generating capacity under that hypothetical? I mean, to be simpler, would that be fair or reasonable, Mr. Luth?
Can I hear the question one more time, please?
Yeah, no problem. So the hypothetical is that SPS claims the full rated capacity for its units for purposes of SPP planning, even though in this hypothetical, the equivalent availability factors for those units are less than 60%. Taking that hypothetical as true just for purposes of this question, if that's how SPS does that, would SPS's treatment of customer-owned capacity that we've talked about in this case be consistent with the way that SPS, presents its own units as for full rated capacity with SPP planning? Is there a difference? And is that fair if that were the case?
Well, a customer with generation does not have the same obligations that SPS does, and your 60% availability factor. The reason I answered, I don't know about full claim to its rated capacity based, a previous data request and exhibit, I believe, concern the tested capacity of that unit, and that might be affected by unavailability 40% of the time or more. So I don't have an opinion on your question about consistency of treatment for customer-owned generation that provides service only for that customer and not for other SPS customers versus SPS resources that are for the benefit of the entire SPS system and not just an individual customer.
All right. Well, thank you for that answer. I appreciate your indulgence there. Finally, the last leg of my questioning, if you'll stick with me for a little bit, I'd like to direct your attention to the question and answer starting on page 3, line 3 of your rebuttal testimony. And I believe that's SPS Exhibit 3. Is that correct, Mr. Luth?
Yes, my rebuttal testimony is SPS Exhibit 3. Yes.
Thank you.
And so you're asking about page 3, line 3?
Correct.
Okay.
Do you see there where you're talking about the introduction of unnecessary complexity by some of the parties to this case?
Yes.
So when you're talking about the introduction of unnecessary complexity, which parties do you believe have introduced unnecessary complexity in their push for lowered charges in this proceeding?
Well, any party that fails to recognize that a KW provided to a customer with generation from SPS, KW provided from SPS to a customer with behind the meter generation is somehow different than a KW provided to a customer without generation.
And so that would be, would your characterization and the net you're casting there include staff in that assessment?
And I believe staff's proposal is to prorate demand charges applicable to for standby requirements, and yes, I would include staff there.
So staff's position introduces unnecessary complexity, if I understand you correctly, in your opinion.
Well, I would say that staff is not a highly complicated proposal in that they don't really want to talk about the effects on our capacity planning to any significant degree. But the staff's position is that when used, the demand charge that would be otherwise applicable to a customer with behind the meter generation would be proposed only on those days when it is used and not when it is not used. Compared to a customer without generation who may have full loads on only a few days or a few hours every month and may have lower loads throughout the month. However, the demand charge that would apply to that customer without generation will be based upon the highest level of capacity requirements from SPS.
And do you recall one of staff's recommendations? Possible outcomes would be for the rates to go into effect on an interim basis, and then depending on how things get resolved, there would be refunds. Has your position in regards to that recommendation changed as we sit here today, or are you still committed to your litigated position as reflected in the direct and rebuttal testimony you filed?
Yes, our position is reflected in my testimony.
All right, well, thank you. Do you believe that backup capacity provided to all customers with behind-the-meter generation is not different from capacity service for customers who do not have backup generation?
Yes, that's the essence of our position here.
If you just permit me, I think some of my questions have been answered already by other parties to the case, so I'm going to try to be as efficient as possible. Madam Hearing Examiner, how much time do I have left?
Sorry, I unmuted to avoid animal noise. That didn't happen. You still have minutes. Go ahead and look through. I just wanted to clarify because I didn't quite hear the answer. I also just wanted to report that the power is off again in the building.
Luckily, I'm paying rent to Mr. Lee, and I just held position.
Yeah, our problem is we're missing a hearing examiner, and she is attempting to utilize the battery and phone methodology.
So we should give her a moment to get back online then,
well,
Madam
actually, I just hit the admit.
Okay.
So, but while you're looking for questions there, I didn't hear the exact part of your answer, Mr. Luce. So if you would just go back and answer that preliminary question that that Mr. Bagatko asked you about referring to SPS Exhibit 3 and your testimony on page 3, I think beginning at line 3 or so, about those interveners. And I heard you testify that you believe that the parties that did or did not understand the difference, and you referred to the power being delivered to those who had backup generation and those who didn't. Could you answer that question again for me? Do you recall the question?
I believe I do, yes.
Okay.
It's our position at SPS that a KW provided to a customer, whether the customer has generation or does not have generation, is the same as a KW provided to a customer that does have generation. You know, a KW equals a KW in essence is my
right
here.
So even though they might have different load characteristics and take under different rates, etc., you're looking at it strictly from a perspective of providing the KW, whether it's once in a blue moon or every day. A provision of a KW is provision of a KW. Is that right?
Yes, that's basically it, yes. Because
Okay.
the SPS obligation is not waived at any time to provide provide capacity to a customer that requires it.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Bagatko.
Thank you.
Hello there, hearing examiner Anaya Allen. Pay
Welcome
that
back.
power bill.
All right,
Go ahead.
here's one. Mr. Luth, assume a customer installs solar generation behind the meter with the same operating performance as the Roswell and Chavez County solar energy centers. How, if at all, would that impact a customer's contribution to the AED-4CP production demand allocator?
Similar to Roswell Chavez, if the customer, once again, Roswell Chavez generates power for sale. Their own uses are far less than their capacity. But for their own use, if they're taking load from SPS at the time of peak, then it would affect the level of cost allocated to the large general service transmission customer class. If they were not taking power for their own requirements at the time of SPS peaks, then it would not affect the LGST, or large general service transmission customer class allocation.
All right, well, along the same lines of thinking, but switching to wind now, assume a customer installs behind the meter wind generation with the same operating performance as the Hale Sagamore wind projects. How, if all, would that impact a customer's contribution to the AED-4CP production demand allocator? And if it's similar to what you just answered, you can give me an abbreviated answer.
It's similar. I would like to at least expand upon it in determining what the average load for those customers would be, because the average load would be affected by the times that they're generating, and then the load at peak, it depends upon whether the customer was generating sufficient capacity for their own needs.
All right, let's go back to your rebuttal testimony. If you'll bear with me, I have just a few more questions. SPS Exhibit 3, rebuttal testimony of Mr. Luth at page 3, line 17 through page 5, line 2.
Okay, I have it available.
And if do you see there in that area of your rebuttal, you talk about the demand charge? Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So bearing that in mind, is that demand charge applied to the maximum non-coincident demand the customer places on SPS's system each month, or is it applied in some other way?
You're asking, is the demand charge applied
to the maximum non-coincident demand a customer might place on SPS's system on a monthly basis?
It could be non-coincident, it could be coincident. The maximum demand placed by the customer, you might call it independent demand or customer demand.
Can you expound on that a little more?
Well, yes. With load diversity, customers may require capacity at off-peak times, which would be non-coincidental. Or they may require capacity at the maximum level during a billing period, which coincides with the SPS peak. And that would be coincidental demand, as well as the customer's maximum demand.
So are the production and transmission demand related costs allocated among SPS's regulatory jurisdictions or SPS's New Mexico retail rate classes based upon customer maximum non-coincident demands each month then?
No, they're not.
Okay, thank you for that. And finally, if production and transmission demand related costs are not allocated based upon the sum of customers' maximum non-coincident demands each month, then does SPS's demand charges under its standard demand tariffs, do they accurately reflect cost causation?
They accurately reflect recovery of costs for costs caused by that customer class.
But just on the class level then, is that correct?
In determining the demand charges that SPS has for each customer class that has a demand charge, it's based upon maximum demands. So if we were to change the billing for demand charges to demand at the time of system peak, then the billing units would be decreased because, as we've covered in previous questions, the maximum demand is almost certainly going to be higher for customer class than the coincident demand.
All right. Well, thank you for that, Mr. Luth. You've clarified some things for me, and I appreciate the time you've spent today in this public hearing. I pass the witness, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Thank you, Mr. Bagatko. Did we have any unresolved I've hidden my exhibits. No, I think we got your exhibits in. I suggest that we take a brief 5-minute recess at this point, and we'll come back. And I believe that the parties have concluded their examination of cross-examination of Mr. Luth, and the hearing examiners have a few questions for him. So it is 1:15, so let's come back at 3:20, and then we'll resume examination of the witness. We are recessed. Okay. I think we're about ready to go on the record. Hearing examiner Anaya Allen, would you like to go ahead? Do you have sufficient technological capability there?
Yes, although I wouldn't be able to share the screen, but I only have a couple of questions, so I think I'm fine to go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's go back on the record, Mr. Lee and Mr. Luth. Okay, there's Mr. Walker.
Great. Good
There's
afternoon,
Mr. Luth. Okay, go ahead, please.
Great. Good afternoon, Mr. Luth.
Good afternoon.
I'd like to start off by following up on a question that Mr. Marks asked you about the comparison between the proposed standby charge of 10% and the Southwest Power Pool reserve requirement of 12 to 15%. I believe that you told Mr. Marks that the SPS standby and the power pool reserve don't measure the same thing. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
So my question then is, why was that used as a point of comparison? Because is it not then essentially comparing apples to oranges, as opposed to, let's say, the EPE or PNM reservation 10%, which would be a comparable measurement?
Well, the planning reserve is in place to account for, unplanned outages. And in essence, the unavailability of behind the meter generation is comparable to the planning reserve in that sense, because it's no longer available. So the customer still has load, but the customer's own generation is no longer supplying that load. And it's comparable to the planning reserve in that sense, because the planning reserve, again, attempts to account for unplanned circumstances where generation is unavailable. But they do measure different things.
So then it's really not it doesn't necessarily support SPS's arguments in support of the 10% demand charge allowed under the rule.
Well, I think it does. Because with the planning reserve, you're talking, or you're trying to consider the possibility and probability of a generating unit or units being unavailable. And with the standby service rider, you're also talking about the potential of a generating unit not being available to provide load that it may ordinarily provide.
But the fee itself doesn't really have anything to do with how much load you're providing.
The fee itself has to do with the availability of the capacity. If the customer takes load from SPS, then the standby service rider is no longer applicable.
So do you have, and this would probably, do you have historical data on what usage there has been of standby capacity? By behind the meter, for example, businesses such as the ones that are targeted for this particular standby fee?
We have customers that have generation, and we do have interval data on some of those customers, yes.
And has there been any analysis of what the expense or cost has been for the provision of those standby services?
Well, I think there has, because those customers that are, for example, a large general service transmission customer, the costs that are allocated in a rate case include the costs of providing capacity over the test year, which are allocated to the large general service transmission customer class, and then it's recovered through demand charges that apply to each large general service customer over the course of a billing period.
And do you know whether or not, or what percent of demand charges that standby use actually resulted in?
Not as I sit here, no.
But if we were to make a bench request for that information, that might be something that you could provide.
What we could provide to you is, capacity charges to customers that have generation.
For what period of time?
Well, let's say over the last 5 years, would that be available? Or I would say over the last 5 years, Mr. Luth.
Madam Harris Examiner, let me be sure I understand. When you refer to standby use, I think right now there is no standby tariff. I think what we're interpreting
Correct.
meaning to be the fact that a customer is paying a demand charge based on their usage and information about how that is, I'll call it under current rates, how that is applied to customers with behind the meter generation. Is that what you're asking?
Yes. Yes. Whether or not, I guess I want to get a sense of whether or not, we've talked about a number of different sort of hypothetical situations, but is there in fact any historical data that would
Certainly.
show how a particular customer might have been affected if the demand charge was, if the standby charge was in place? Because currently the customers are just paying for the actual electricity used without this fee to cover what SPS is saying are necessary expenses for maintaining extra capacity, correct?
I'll let the witness answer.
Mr. Luth?
The company does not get to include avoided costs in its test year revenue requirements. It gets to, it includes the actual capacity costs in a test year. So what we would have, if I understand the request here correctly, is if the standby service rider would apply to any customers with behind the meter generation over the past 5 years?
Correct. Right, I mean, how much standby use has there been and what need is there for SPS to have this standby charge? So, um, and
I
those
think-
are the questions that I had for you, Mr. Luth, so I will turn you over to Hearing Examiner Hurst. Thank you very much.
But your honors, before you switch on that, do we have an understanding of the bench requests that you're looking for? Mike, are you comfortable? And Jeff Comer, are you taking notes?
Yeah, I think I'm comfortable in that. The request is, would the standby rider apply to any of our customers with behind the meter generation over the past 5 years? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think we can get that together. It may take some time over 5 years, but if there's any demand charges, then it would not have applied to these customers that we know.
Right.
And if there's zero demands, then it may have applied.
Thank you.
Thank you, your honor.
That wasn't one of the hypotheticals already about having a zero demand customer? Do you recall, Mr. Luth?
I think it came up in questioning about whether a customer with solar generation could avoid demand charges entirely. And I replied that if the customer curtailed load to the extent it had been provided by the behind the meter or the customer generation, then the demand charges would not apply to the load provided by the generation, the customer's generation. I think that was the hypothetical. So in the case where there's 100% of the customer's load provided by generation and the generation is not available, then it would be zero demand when it is not available.
Right, okay. And with regard to this particular topic and the reference to the SPP planning reserve and as it may or may not relate to administrative notice of New Mexico large customer group, Exhibit 13, the IRP planning reserve information. Mr. Luke, where within SPS filings is there information about capacity, actual numbers on how close SPS gets to capacity and over time periods?
Are you asking, do we have information on levels of demands compared to levels of resources?
Yes.
I myself have not looked at that. I would think that that could be available in an effort to improve capacity planning or to support capacity planning, but myself, I have not looked at that.
Well, is data like that included in your integrated resource plan? I mean, it seems like you should have charts that say, oh, well, we're going to use, you know, so many thousand megawatts, you know, is what we're projecting for 2023. And, you know, here's our stack. And, you know, here's what's required. Here's what we think that, you know, that we have. And
Well, yes, we did have some discovery on that. I forget exactly which one, but it had to do with, you know, forecasted shortages on capacity and beginning in the year 2024 and 25 and 26. And I believe it was the integrated resource plan update that SPS'S recently filed.
Your Honor, let me be out of line
Okay.
here and say, yes, that is in our integrated resource plan and we can provide that to you.
okay. Yeah, consider that your bench request too. You know, since SPS brought up the change in the planning reserve requirement, and since people seem to like to dust it off every once in a while and say, oh look, you know, we have to do this. Especially near times when there's failures, becomes pretty important. That I think might be some good information, especially for our new commissioners to have, just to be able to see where SPS is on that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. And I just want to go. It was actually a very nice segue. Thank you, Mr. Bagacco. I want to go to page 3 of Exhibit 3, line 3. And you've been here before, Mr. Luth. And this is basically Mr. Bagacco asked you some questions about your testimony here. And you indicate in the question posed at line 3 on page 3 of Exhibit 3, please summarize what is contested about Advice Notice 303. Your answer begins on line 4, and you say, in search of a discount on backup power demand charges, some interveners in this proceeding have introduced unnecessary complexity, which obscures the principles underlying the value of the standby service rider. And then further on line 6 and afterward, you go into some of those examples. That's your testimony, sir.
Yes, it is.
And when Mr. Bagacco asked you, and then I ask you to clarify, it seems like that you had a pretty elementary, pretty short, succinct answer to the question of who that would be. And I believe your answer was, well, the people that are adding this complexity are basically they're not wanting to accept that a KW of energy provided to any of the SPS customers is the same unit of energy. Is that pretty much correct?
Yes, and that's discussed on page 4 of my of Exhibit 3.
And so that's the SPS perspective, but that's not necessarily the perspective of anybody else in the case, is it?
No, I don't think so.
And, you know, I think for me, you kind of hit the nail on the head at line 5 when you use the word complexity. Because I got to tell you, I think this case is more complex than a rate case. You know, I can't tell you how many times I've read the testimony in this case, and from the parties' perspectives, I don't know if y'all can agree on what time it is. And part of the, I don't necessarily think it's, you know, and I don't get to testify, but I'm not sure it's just people coming along with their hand out wanting cheaper rates. But what I'm having difficulty with is you're all smart people, and I've seen your positions before, not as in depth on this subject matter, but I've heard them before. I got a smattering of the positions in 00238. And I've gone back and I've read and I've reread the recommended decision and commission order in 17-00255 on standby charges for DG. But it does not seem like the parties in this case can even agree on what the definitions of the words mean. Why is that, Mr. Luth?
Well, I think we do generally agree on the definitions of words, but we don't necessarily agree on what cost levels should be applicable to standby service.
Well, it doesn't seem like to me that some of the definitions are even the same. I mean, when you talk about, somebody wants to call it one thing, and then somebody else wants to call it a partial requirements. But you don't want to agree that there's such a thing as a partial requirement, do you?
No, I don't.
I mean, again, your idea is a KW is a KW, right?
That is my opinion. And SPS has partial requirements agreements with wholesale customers for production capacity. And in those agreements, SPS does not provide the full level of capacity requirements for those wholesale customers. And that is why I don't agree that large customer group's proposal is a partial requirement service, because it's a full requirement service, maybe part or even most of the time, but it is full requirement service.
Well, I had kind of hoped, I will admit, in the 20-00238 case and the recommendation that was accepted in the certification of the stipulation in that case, that y'all were going to get together and talk about things related to this, I thought, and come up with some kind of proposal that that the company could support, and that the large industrials who didn't have behind the meter could support, and that those larger customers who did have behind the meter could support, as well as the regular DG customer interveners could support. And that hasn't quite happened here, has it?
Well, agreement among a multitude of parties, as you've mentioned, that has not occurred. That is correct.
Well, I mean, I saw in your rebuttal testimony that, I mean, it sounded as if, at least on some language, although you didn't really have a firm commitment, it seemed like perhaps the company might be open to having a discussion with staff to nail down some terms. And I think if you look at page 10 of your rebuttal testimony, let me see if I can get that up. See, it's actually kind of fun to be able to screen share and pull these up until it's you that's asking the questions. And then it's like, how do you transfer between the screen and your notebook? Okay. I believe the question was posed on page 10 of SPS Exhibit 3 at line 17. On pages 15 and 16, Ms. Ramey recommends changes to the contract terms of the proposed tariff to provide more clarity about contract terms and renewal terms. Do you have any objections? So then you're going to answer on page 11 at line 1. I have no objection to the intent of the suggestions, and SPS is willing to work with staff to develop clarifying language. That's your testimony, correct?
Yes, it is.
Did you do that?
Not since filing rebuttal testimony, no.
Why not?
I suppose because we had a procedural schedule established here, and the opportunity didn't present itself.
Well, again, you know, with all the diverse interest in the parties in this case, in my mind, y'all have had since this summer to work on this. And again, perhaps this is just one of those things people are just going to have to agree to disagree on. But I don't see why this case has to be so complicated. Quite frankly, I mean, I understand that the company has its position, and it appears, Mr. Luth, to be offering a one-size-fits-all standby tariff, doesn't it?
Yes, that's an accurate characterization.
You think it is or isn't?
It is.
And it kind of seems like that. I mean, do you think that comports with the spirit and the letter of what the parties agreed to in 20-0023A about what y'all would do and what kind of a product that you would bring to the commission?
I discussed some of the, efforts at communication on page 8 of SPS Exhibit 2 about communicating with parties prior to filing the advice notice. And we had not received any suggested alternative language with the rider. And that's basically it. And then we had no objections to a couple of the parties to the rate case, including staff.
I believe I heard you, Mr. Luth, say that in response to a question that somebody asked you, I don't recall who asked you the question, but I think somebody asked you whether or not you had calculated how much that you could that SPS, how much revenue SPS could get from this if it is approved by the commission? And your answer was no?
That's right. Yes, that is correct.
Well, let me ask it a different way. Do you know how much money you're losing by not collecting on this standby rider? If any?
Based upon the rates authorized in the 20-00238 UT case, we're not losing any money, but that is my concern. That a reduced rate for behind the meter generating customers would result in a loss of revenue for SPS.
Well, if you're not losing any revenue and you don't know how much revenue that you might make by imposing this, what incentive other than the fact that you agreed to file the tariff does SPS have for having this rate?
It would provide a level of capacity cost recovery from customers that don't ordinarily register demands that are billed under applicable rates. And I believe that, I'm not sure if I discussed it in testimony or in discovery, that we don't expect very many customers would meet the requirements for standby service rider because it requires 100% capacity provided throughout the billing period in order for it to be in effect. If the customer takes backup power from SPS, then the demand charge would apply.
Well, if the company is not going to likely benefit from the implementation of this rate, which of your customer groups are, if any?
By benefit, if you mean reduced billing,
Yes.
then I would think probably there would be no customer groups that benefit from it. Other than they could control their loads to avoid demand ratchets if they have widely varying loads at the large general service transmission level, because a billing ratchet does not apply to the other demand meter customer classes. And they could also take advantage of maintenance power that is prorated for brief durations over the course of the month compared to a full demand charge.
And when you were making the determination on the applicable time period for the maintenance, as was pointed out earlier, in using the El Paso Electric and the P&M tariffs that you had attached to a discovery response, I believe, or your testimony. SPS chose the minimum 30-day, or chose to impose a minimum 30-day that the other utilities did not, correct?
We would have a maximum of 30 days, not a minimum, but yes, the other utilities tariffs do not maximize it at 30 days.
Do you know why you chose to be different?
I believe 1 month of service over the course of the year is representative of a customer that has standby generator, has generation that reliably provides capacity for the customer's loads. You start getting away from 1 month of outage, and then the customer, it's not a defined line, but the customer begins to become more like a general service or standard service customer, because SPS consistently provides capacity for the customer's loads.
And my understanding of your testimony and your answers here today, your written testimony and your oral testimony, is with this proposed tariff and SPS's SPS's outlook that energy is energy. The customers who have renewable generation behind the meter are not going to derive a benefit from the standby tariff, are they?
They won't derive. I'll just make an assumption here that the load is on for 24 hours a day. Then they would not receive the benefit in a reduced bill for SPS capacity service.
But I mean, the normal renewable, if there's a normal or typical renewable customer outside of someone who has lots of storage, is not going to meet their own needs 100% of the time, are they?
That's not our expectation with renewable generation, no.
So if they can't meet their own needs, and then they can't just reduce their load when they're not producing, they're going to have to take generation from you, right?
Yes.
Or they're going to have to get energy, yeah, from you. And therefore, they're going to be paying the standby, right?
Yes, the otherwise generally applicable standard service would apply.
Okay. So then the answer to the question is, they're not going to derive any monetary benefit. Your typical behind the meter customer is not going to derive a financial benefit from the standby tariff.
Absent any changes in round-the-clock operations, no, they would not.
And so I would ask you again what SPS's interpretation was when it signed the stipulation in case number 20-00238, and you refer to your affidavit in the advice notice. Actually, let's take a look at that. Okay.
Yeah.
There we go. Nope. SPS is required. Hmm. There it is. Number 4. This is a SPS Exhibit 1, page 1, number 4. Advice Notice 303 in this case contains a proposed standby rate tariff label rate number 85, which SPS is required to file by paragraph 7, page 6 of the certification of stipulation. Excuse me, moving on to page 2. SPS agrees to file a standby rate tariff within 90 days of receiving a final order in this case, including a standby tariff that is appropriate for a solar generation facility. SPS will confer with the interested parties designing that tariff. That's part of your affidavit, and that's pretty much the whole inclusion in the stipulation. Isn't it, Mr. Luth?
Yes, that's why we developed the rate.
Well, so I would ask you again, based on your testimony that you just answered about not receiving a benefit from a standby rider, these behind the meter generation folks, how is it that SPS believes that the standby rate tariff they filed comports with the requirement to file a standby tariff that is appropriate for a solar generation facility? What did you think that meant?
I think what it meant is what it said. And as we've covered in some of your questions and some of my responses, as well as in my testimony, that a KW provided to a customer with behind the meter generation is the same as a KW provided to a customer without behind the meter generation. And so therefore it is appropriate for customers that may have generation that supplies all of their load all of the time, but may require SPS capacity sporadically to contribute to the cost of capacity costs. And that is the 10% that is described, or that is part of the standby service rider.
So you don't think that there was some, based on your participation in case number 20-00238, you don't think that there was some expectation from the parties in that case that were interested in this part of the stipulation that we're going to work with you on developing the standby rate, especially those that were either representing or had an affinity for a renewable option for a customer? You you don't think that there was an expectation that you were going to develop a tariff that was somehow going to give them some type of financial benefit?
I really can't speak for those parties, but I think I can conclude from their testimony that it might have been their expectation, yes. But the words are discussing that is appropriate for solar generation. And we did circulate the tariff prior to filing it and saw comments from various parties. And we incorporated a few comments into the tariff, but nothing was substantial in terms of an alternative tariff, other than what was filed in case number 20-00238.
And I don't recall the specific testimony on this issue off the top of my head. Mr. Luth, I'm just trying to get SPS's opinion on what it thought it was agreeing to in that case, what you've testified as to the steps that SPS took. And I'm just trying to figure out where SPS thought its obligation was and what it thought its obligation was in designing this tariff and this process.
Outside of a rate case, we did not believe that we could suggest a revision in the standard or general service rates that were approved in the rate case, which would account for the recovery of costs that would be lost from a reduced KW billing of customers with solar generation.
Well, now I feel like a ping pong ball. Because I don't remember who's, well, it was part of the stipulation.
Yes.
So it was in a rate case and it got popped out in the stipulation to a separate case. And I seem to recall there was a discussion. I think I memorialized it in the procedural order in this case, where the parties said at the pre-hearing that as part of that discussion about to complaint or not to complaint, that is the question. Yes. On page 7 of the procedural order, item 18 at the bottom of the page. Additionally, there was a discussion concerning whether the standby rate should be heard separately or should be combined into SPS's upcoming rate case filing. Counsel for SPS stated SPS planned on filing a new base rate case on or near November 14th, 2022. After considering the efficiencies of each case proceeding as well as the arguments of the parties as to their choice of proceeding, the hearing examiner determined that continuing the individual case was the most procedurally appropriate method to comport with case 20-00238 0.38 and prior filings concerning the standby rate. Okay, well, again, feeling like a ping pong ball. Rate case, separate case. Now, at least you're suggesting, Mr. Luth, that in order potentially for some give and take on rate relief, you got to consider all the rates together. Is that right?
Yes.
So does that mean I'm going to see a motion to transfer this into your rate case?
I'm not aware of any plans to do that on SPS's end.
Mr. Luth, does SPS have a standby rate in its Texas jurisdiction?
Yes, we do.
Is it the same or similar to this particular standby rate that you've offered here?
We don't, no, it is not.
How's it different?
It does produce, it is part of the overall package of SPS rates, and some customers do qualify for standby service, which is a lower demand charge for the reservation of capacity, provided the customers meet certain consistency of generation requirements. In which would be approximately 70% of the contract standby capacity is provided by the customer for its own use over the course of the month for no less than the number of months in a number of hours in a month minus 100. In other words, SPS cannot provide capacity of 30% or more of the standby capacity for 100 hours in a month. Otherwise, the generally applicable standard demand charge would apply.
And do you have the limitations like the 10% and the 30 days in that tariff?
I believe we have a limitation on the maintenance power to 30 days in the Texas version. If you like, I can probably get a hold of it and maybe take a look at it to answer your question here.
What do we consider that a bench request, Mr. Walker? I'd like to like to have the Texas SPS stand by. Sir, I note that on page 4 of your rebuttal testimony, you're answering the question that was posed on page 3 at line 17. Is the service SPS provides for backup power different from the service SPS provides to other customers? And you begin your answer on page 4, line 1 with no. And we talked about this, about the KWs, the KW. Do you think that this perspective from SPS is, as some of the interveners claimed, disincentive and to renewable resource generation by SPS customers?
I don't think it's a disincentive because we're not charging those customers more than we would for a similarly situated customer taking service at the same voltage level.
Well, it seems as if XL and SPS has made a point of talking about how they're the renewable company and how much they want to comply with the Energy Transition Act with regard to renewable resource generation, hasn't it?
Yes, the company has very aggressive renewable energy goals over the next several years and decades, next couple of decades.
Well, do you think SPS should have any obligation to encourage its customers to have the same or similar goals?
In terms of providing service to its customers, I think SPS has an obligation to attempt to ensure that rates are fair and are based upon comparable levels of service among similar customers.
Well, I just seem to recall a few years ago when SPS and the commission were doing the Hale and Sagamore wind cases, SPS is real interested in providing wind generation, and at least at that time, it was not being offered to comply with any. Was prior to the Energy Transition Act, and it wasn't being offered because it was a renewable resource that was being offered because of the economics of the plants, weren't they?
I think you're asking, was the economics of the plant such that we felt it was a good idea at the time to construct Hale and Sagamore?
Right. Isn't that what you had in your application? Why you were here?
Yes. Yeah. That was the basic reason for it. That the cost of facilities had dropped along with, tax policy, production tax credits.
And so, like I say, I'm just wondering if they're not good for you, aren't they good for your customers? Those same policies?
Well, I think I've tried to point that out in some of my testimony concerning the benefits the customers do get under the current set of SPS rates. Reduced fuel because they don't take service from SPS as often or as consistently is the main one, and reduced energy charges. And so that does result in a lower charge for a customer with behind the meter generation compared to a customer without it.
Sir, I'd like to ask you about your testimony on page 7 and 8. Question posed at line 15, are there other capacity accreditation changes pending at Southwest Power Pool that could impact the accreditation of intermittent resources. That's 15 and 16 on page 7. And then you answer on page 8, beginning on line 1. Yes. Also beginning in 2023, the Southwest Power Pool is changing its approach to accreditation of capacity for renewable generation and battery energy storage to the effective load carrying capability, or ELCC methodology. That's your testimony?
Yes.
Who uses that? Can you provide me with any more information about this ELCC?
Oh, well, yeah, that's part of the SPP, or Southwest Power Pool evaluation of capacity.
Well, I know they're going to use it, but is there anybody else that uses it? Where does it come from? Is it a national standard? Can you tell me anything more about it?
Well, what I can tell you about it is that it's a change in the way the capacity is accredited, where previously it was an historical review of capacity at historical peaks. And the ELCC looks at the changes, the potential changes in peaks with increased penetration of solar generation to meet loads. In other words, the peaks may change as a result of an increased level of solar and wind generation.
And you characterize that change in your testimony as this new methodology potentially could reduce SPS'S projected accredited capacity for existing renewable resources. Is that correct?
Yes, and affect the accreditation of future resources as well.
What makes you think that?
SPP projections, where currently it is about 77% of solar capacity is accredited for meeting peaks in the current SPP, I guess, footprint, you could call it. But over the next several years, the level of solar generation in SPP is expected to proliferate. And for the summer peaks, that percentage will drop noticeably to about 40% of nameplate capacity.
And what about wind?
I believe wind has a similar problem, or that the capacity accreditation will change with wind as well. But I did not really review that ahead of this hearing. It is included, I think, in some of the exhibits that have been admitted.
Mr. Walker, consider that bench request 4. I want to know the potential effect on the wind accreditation utilizing this ELCC methodology. Mr. Luth, here in New Mexico, don't we have a lot more wind than we have solar?
On the part of our retail customers, I think
on the part of SPS and or the retail customers.
Well, Hale and Sagamore, yes, they dwarf any other sources of renewable power right now that SPS has.
Well, wouldn't that be the main effect then? On SPS is Hale and Sagamore? Would be a change in your nameplate on those? Or are you saying it's the change in the nameplate on your customers renewable that's going to make a difference, or both?
Well, in establishing a reduction in the production capacity cost rate applicable to retail customers with solar generation, I brought that up in order to recognize that for capacity planning purposes, the solar, as it proliferates, is expected to have reduced capacity accreditation. I did not take into consideration Hale and Sagamore for the purposes of this case, and in putting that in my testimony.
Okay, and I guess I was just getting, once we start talking capacity again, I start seeing the IRP case and trying to think capacity and for the company. And I realize on page 8, you say, line 5, the revised ELCC methodology recognizes that the capacity value of intermittent resources decreases as penetration increases across the SPP footprint and could reduce the accredited capacity for future renewable additions in the SPS service area. So I just wanted a clarification on future renewable additions, and if that was customer or SPS generation. And you're saying for the purposes of this question, you are actually referring to the customer resource, the behind the meter resource, correct?
Well, that's what so many comments so far. I would like to clarify that a little bit. I was referring to both. They're both SPS and customer resources, but because this case is about a rate applicable to customers with renewable generation, that is what it is intended to address in determining what, if any, discount or reduction in the demand charge to a customer with behind the meter generation might expect.
Mr. Walker, bench request 4 should have both, to the extent they're available.
So in addition to the wind, is that?
No, in addition, I want to know if there's if this ELCC is going to have projected impacts, not only on like Hale and Sagamore and what those would be, but also if there were projected impacts on any customer resource decrease. I may regret this, Mr. Luke, but I'm going to ask this question. With regard to trying to get people to agree on the definitions of what we're looking at, and at page 16 of your rebuttal testimony, where you're referencing and rebutting in that testimony, Mr. Gorman's discussion of supplementary power. And the way that I read your testimony is you're saying that the standby rate rider it's not relevant to discuss supplementary service when you're talking about the standby rate rider. That's correct?
Yes.
And I guess I had thought that the services that are delivered of the services that the company provides, that supplementary power was one of those services.
Supplementary power is often is involved in a discussion of standby service because it has to do with the fact that supplementary service, unless otherwise reduced for those customers, is at the otherwise applicable general service rates. And supplementary service refers to power that SPS provides consistently and all the time. It is not power that is provided by the customer's generation. And so that's really what I meant by that question and answer.
Well, again, I guess that's the way I see the testimony is that, I mean, this gets back to your dispute with some of the interveners of full requirements versus partial requirements, right?
It is similar, yes.
And so if I understand this testimony, you're saying there can't be any such thing as a supplementary service, because if your on-site power need isn't met by your own generation, then you're going to have to take power from us, and it's not supplementary, it's power. Is that right?
In effect, that is correct, because as supplementary power, it is billed at the general service or standard service rates. But it does have to do with the overall power supply to a customer with customer-owned generation, because some of the power will be provided by the customer's generation, and then the supplementary power will be provided by SPS at standard or general service rates. Excuse me.
Mr. Luth, I believe that's all the questions that I had for you right now. Mr. Walker, you have some redirect for Mr. Luth.
Yes, Your Honor, I do. Would you like to go now or do you?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Luth. Let me start by, I know there's some discussion about whether or not there's benefit of this tariff to solar behind the meter generation. And I think we're losing sight of those benefits. And let me just suggest to you a hypothetical to address those concerns. And if you need to refer to SPS Exhibit 1, that might be helpful. You can tell me when you're ready on that.
Okay. SPS Exhibit 1?
Yes.
Okay, I have it.
And first of all, let me just clarify. I think a lot of our discussion we've been talking about and whether or not there's value, and this is something Hearings Examiner Hurst talked about just a little while ago in several questions. Shall I wait for you, Your Honor? It looks like you're looking for the.
Nope.
Nope.
I was actually looking for, I was thinking, I didn't know if you wanted to go to 3, because I was on 1, which is the advice notice.
And that's where I was. You were at the right spot.
Yeah, no, I was there, but I was looking at for my own. I think for my own purpose. No, I can't find the reference. Go ahead, sir.
Okay.
There we are.
So I think to be sure we're all on the same page when you've talked about, relatively speaking, there being lack of a benefit to solar customers. I think what's missing in that discussion is what the it we're talking about. And so let me give you a hypothetical that I think helps illustrate how a solar customer behind the meter that has behind the meter generation can take full advantage of all the benefits, including the 10% reservation fee, including the maintenance power, even if they're a customer that doesn't completely shut down, if you will, overnight or have significant storage. And that is this. And I'm using very round numbers just to keep the math easy and to be somewhat intuitive. Let's say you have a 15 megawatt customer, okay? And that customer installs a 5 megawatt solar facility. Okay, now in the advice notice, if Your Honor, if you can go to page 3 of the attached tariff, which I'm not sure what, in the actual tariff, 85, page 3, there's some definitions.
Okay.
I'm gonna get myself in trouble with definitions. If you can a little bit further there. Thank you, Your Honor. Contract standby capacity. Okay, so let's define what the it is here. And the it is the lesser of the customer's total load, the customer's generation capacity, or another amount agreed upon by SPS and the customer. Now, in my hypothetical, there's a 15 megawatt customer. They have a 5 megawatt solar facility. Now, isn't it I don't want to lead my witness. So if that customer can maintain a 10 megawatt load, if you will, to SPS, and as to the rest of its potential load, 5 megawatts, operates in a way that it uses the power when it's available, but otherwise manages its load in a way that it never takes more than 10 megawatts from SPS in a billing month. For that 5 megawatts, would the reservation fee apply in that case, even though they might be taking the other 10 megawatts, on a regular basis, including, at night, for example?
Yes, the reservation charge would apply given your assumptions, and the general demand charge would not apply.
Okay, and in that case, for those 5 megawatts, and something happens and they actually do need to use some of that 5 megawatts of their load, and that gets put to SPS, then that's when the backup charges would apply to that capacity, that contract capacity. Is that right?
Yes, for example, the customer is using 12 megawatts at a time when the solar is unavailable.
So in the operation in this manner, if the customer can manage its load in a way that it stays within the 10 megawatts taking power from SPS and has the benefit of that 5 megawatts of the solar facility with the highly discounted 10% reservation fee for the contingency that they might need, that supply, they'll have that benefit, and they will be able to take advantage of the other features we talked about, the maintenance, the fee. So if that facility, for example, needs to have maintenance, the customer can schedule that with SPS, and for that 5 megawatts, they would only be charged a prorated amount for the time of that maintenance period. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
In addition, in regards to that 5 megawatts, the demand ratchets would not apply, and the other benefits we talked about would be applicable.
Yes, demand ratchets would not apply, and the other benefits would result.
So would you care to revise maybe one of your previous statements that there is little value to a customer with solar power, with solar behind the meter generation?
I don't recall giving that answer. If that is, the understanding, then yes, I would like to at least revise or qualify it, but I believe that I have.
Okay.
Where a customer changes its load when the generation is not available, then the customer can experience a lower demand charge or capacity reservation charge for the level of capacity provided by their own generation.
I'm just going to work my way backwards a little ways. I think there was the hearings examiner Hurst talked about supplementary power and whether or not that is relevant in this particular design. Is a one way to think about it, that in the way that this standby tariff is designed, what we might otherwise consider supplementary power is effectively sort of subsumed in the backup service.
Supplementary demand is separate and distinct from backup service, because backup service or backup power applies to the level of capacity that could be provided by the customer's generation. And supplementary capacity or supplementary demand is demand that would not be provided by the customer's generation.
Which is like backup power.
It's comparable to backup power because it's provided by SPS.
Well, in other words, this particular approach and design, there are other designs that could include something defined as supplemental power, but because of the way this particular proposal is designed, that's just not an element. Is that fair?
Yes, that's fair.
There has been some discussion about the ELCC. And Your Honor, if we could refer to SPS Exhibit 9. That is a Southwest Power Pool study. And do you have that, Mr. Luth?
Yes, I do.
All right. Let's start with definitions. If I can find it. Hold on, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm using a. Okay, Your Honor, on Mr. Luth, on page, and I apologize because these documents we got from the SPP website, they don't have page numbers, but on PDF page number 9, and your Mr. Luth, do you see there a definition of effective load carrying capability?
Yes, I do.
Can you just read that first sentence?
Yes, effective load carrying capability, or ELCC, is defined as the amount of incremental load a resource can reliably serve, while also considering probabilistic parameters of unserved load caused by forced outages, load uncertainty, and other factors.
Okay, maybe that next sentence as well.
The magnitude of incremental load served, which is derived in the ELCC analysis, becomes the basis of the resources accreditation.
Okay.
Where is the next? Where is the next sentence? Because I got the definition of the ELCC here under the executive summary.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Right here,
Your Honor, we were on page 9.
There's not. Okay.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Because the definition is right there.
I think that was a shorthand
Okay, there it is.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, Mr. Luth, what is a probabilistic parameter? Do you know?
It's factors based upon statistics where the resource is not serving load. And it's caused by forced outages or uncertainty. But in terms of how it is used at SPP, I don't know.
So it's a bunch of statistical numbers.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Walker.
Right now, if you could move to, in this document, page 6.
You're referring to PDF page 6? Or-
PDF page 6, yes, thank you. And hearings examiner, you, Hurst asked about the impact of this ELCC. I think there are charts on this page and for wind and the following page on solar. So Mr. Luth, do you see there how the increased amount of solar in the system decreases the amount of accreditation available for the nameplate of those facilities? You see that?
Well, the following figure has the solar expectations, but a similar though less dynamic reduction of accreditation also applies to wind.
Do you know whether or not these are SPS numbers?
These are SPP numbers.
Do you know for what time period?
Your Honor, let me be out of line here. This is the 2020 study. There's also a 2022 study that's pretty fresh that didn't have all of this information.
But do we know what time period a 2020 study covers? It could be 2019 data. I mean, I have no idea. Do you?
Your Honor, we could track that down for you in a bench request if you would like. I don't want to testify.
Yep, that'd be good.
Your Honor, can we pause to see, is this document going to be admitted now that we're reading from it? And for example, in addition to it being outdated and the questions about the data, on page 5 in the executive summary, it notes it's for informational purposes only. So just curious about the status of this document and whether it's coming in as evidence or not before the conversation about it continues.
Your Honor, this is clearly something the hearings examiner is interested in, and it could be. I'm happy for it to be part of evidence and for its probative value for which it presents itself, or taking the hearings examiners taking judicial notice of this public document available on the Southwest Power Pool website.
Excuse me, Your Honor, was that Mr. Stoffel speaking?
Yes.
It was Mr. Stoffel. I'll take this under advisement. I mean, you're right. I am the one that asked the question about the ELCC policy that was in Mr. Luth's testimony, and I'll look at this more closely to the extent that this needs potential verification. I'll put a hold on that, and
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
And Your Honor, SPS Exhibit 8, is the more recent study in this regard. It did not have the same level of detail. That's why I referred to that one, because it did. But before we move from 9, while we have this up, Mr. Luth, can you look at on page 7, the chart there? Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And can you describe the trend both for the summer and winter for when the levels of accreditable percentage of nameplate capacity for solar generation is evaluated by the Southwest Power Pool?
Yes, it's solar capacity, increasingly penetrates the SPP footprint. The capacity accreditation drops fairly considerably from 72% with only 1,000 megawatts installed in the summer to 40% with 20,000 megawatts installed in the summer. And then in the winter, it drops from 19% from the 1,000 megawatts installed down to 6% of nameplate capacity with 20,000 megawatts installed.
And in terms of behind the meter solar generation, we should expect the same performance.
I would think so, yes, based upon the SPP study.
Right. Your Honor, the exhibit, so I will leave exhibit 9 open. Exhibit 8 is very similar. It was slightly different, didn't have some of the information I wanted to get to, but it's available, and I certainly would support admitting it as evidence or taking judicial notices in your discretion.
I'm gonna, like I say, I'm gonna wait. I took a look at those more closely. Go ahead, sir. While you're looking through your questions, Mr. Walker, what kind of time do you think you need?
I'm gonna need a while. It's hard to judge. I've got a lot of notes here and I'm trying to skip as many as I can, but I haven't had a chance to review since we've had our last break, I haven't had a chance to review my notes. So I want to address your issues first. I think I've just about covered everything I want to cover there. But I would say half an hour to 45 minutes.
Okay. I'm thinking that we're at 5 and we're not going to get finished with this witness today. So unless there's an objection, I think we ought to begin hopefully without issue tomorrow morning at 9. And hopefully you can get through in a half hour or so. We'll hopefully just have a brief recross period and then can move on to the rest of our witnesses. And hopefully, if we're very judicious, we can conclude tomorrow, is my hope. I know that's ambitious to get all the rest of the witnesses finished, but I don't think there was examination for a whole lot of the witnesses, and I think it could happen. So as my father would say, we can all sharpen our pencils and get to those real important questions for tomorrow. I thank you all for your patience, your flexibility. Mr. Lee, thank you for housing the commission's employees and allowing them to utilize your connection for the Zoom. And if there's nothing procedural that we need to deal with, we are recessed until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you all.